everyone. Welcome to our board meeting this evening. Like always, we start our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have one reportable item out of closed session. The board took action in closed session on January 27th, 2016 in a 6-0 vote with one absence, Director Christoph, to dismiss a classified employee, hold the position of Night Custodian 2 from the Santa Rosa City School District. Are there any board member requests for information? Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, I would like to have a serious discussion about who is presented in our schools as a role model. We received some emails because last Friday, Supervisor Efren Carrillo was handing out T-shirts at Steel Lane Elementary School. And as a reminder, Efren Carrillo was arrested and charged terrorizing a woman. He basically admitted to everything she accused him of doing. Jane Doe is suing him in civil court. He wants to name her. He wants to identify her, which seems to me an attempt to humiliate her and re-terrorize her. That's not a man seeking redemption. That's a man seeking revenge. And I'd like to know why he's being presented as a role model to our students. I think that we need to have a serious discussion about who we bring into our schools and who we tell our children are people that they want to emulate.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Any statements of abstention? Seeing none. Adjustments to the agenda. CF, which is a superintendent plaque presentation, C8, I'm sorry, C8. We're going to move to after F1. We have so many people here to speak on other items that we have an obligation to begin our F items, our discussion action items at 6 o'clock. And we'll take public comment up until then, and we will then move our presentation to after item F1 when all of our, we're going to be listening to presentations on search firms to replace the superintendent. Are there any board member requests for information? Laura just said that. Approval of the minutes.
Move approval of the minutes of January 13th.
Second.
That was moved by Director Carl, seconded by Director Pugh. Roll call vote, please.
Director Carl?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
Director Christoph? Oh, he's absent. Director Close?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
President Jay? President Jay?
Aye. The superintendent just pointed out to me also that we're also going to move the reports, item D1. D items and E items, I'm sorry. Okay, may fall after F1 as well, based on the timing here tonight. So now we'll move on to public comments of items not on the agenda. I see we have a full house here tonight with many speaker cards. So if you could be as brief as possible and consolidate your comments with others if everybody's saying the same thing. I'd also like to note that if you're speaking to the Santa Rosa Charter School, that item will be on our February 10th agenda, and you will all have time to speak at length during that meeting. But if we go beyond the allotted time of public comment, and we have to start our F items at 6, you're also welcome to stay after the meeting completely, and we're done with our agenda if you want to speak to it tonight. Okay, with that being said, we will start with our first speaker, who is Asher Miller, followed by Alice Hampton.
Good evening. My name is Asher Miller, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit organization that has its office just a few blocks away on 4th Street. More important, I'm the father of 2 young boys who attend Santa Rosa Charter School, and I'm here to express my deep concern about the fate of the school, which means so much to my boys and to my family. And by the looks of all the purple shirts that we have here tonight, I'm not the only one who's concerned. So why are we concerned? We're concerned because unless quick and decisive action is taken, Santa Rosa Charter is going to have to close its doors for good at the end of this school year. So how did we get here? In early 2007, Santa Rosa Charter signed a 5-year lease with the district with the option to renew for another 10 years and to be housed at the Comstock campus. Comstock had been struggling heavily at the time, and this was a win-win for both the district and the charter school. And through our collective efforts, the school property was revived to the point where Comstock thrived and other charter schools actually wanted to move on to that campus. Starting in May 2011, we reached out to begin the process of renewing the lease, but we failed to receive a response to our numerous inquiries at the time. In January 2012, the lease expired, but despite our repeated efforts, we heard nothing from the district for over a year. When we received notice of its intention to renew our lease for only 1 year, and then to place a different charter school in that space. After receiving this devastating news, we tried to explore a number of solutions, including the possibility of becoming a dependent charter, or of utilizing vacant district property, but none of these options were met with interest by the district. We were told that the district could provide room for 80 students at Comstock under Prop 39, but that would have served less than half of our student population. That's like asking me which of my 2 children I want to keep. We couldn't do that. And so we shifted our focus to finding our own solution. In the time since losing our home at Comstock, the families, the board, and staff of Santa Rosa Charter have done everything in our power to find another home for our students, including moving to the Sonoma County Fairgrounds this school year as a temporary stopgap. Unfortunately, all our efforts to find either a short-term or a long-term home for our school have failed. I'm sure you, with the district, know how hard it is to find property for a school in this area. And so we're here tonight asking for your help to solve this crisis, a crisis that the district played no small part in creating. We understand that there is a process that the district has to undertake to disperse public funds granted through bond money, a portion of which our school is entitled, but we simply don't have the luxury of waiting for that process to be concluded. We need a home this summer, and so we're asking for you to work with us to find a temporary solution. I'll finish by saying I want to be perfectly clear that you are our last hope. If the district chooses not to help us with this temporary site, this school will close at the end of this year. My family will be devastated, as will the hundreds of other current and alumni families in this area whose lives have been positively changed over the last 2 decades because of the Santa Rosa Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Alice Hampton, followed by Irma Garcia.
Hi. My name is Alice Hampton, and I'm an instructor at the Child Development Department in Santa Rosa Junior College. I've been a parent at Santa Rosa Charter School since 2005, and both of my sons have attended the elementary and middle school there. Santa Rosa Charter School appealed to my values both as a parent and as an educator because it provides a comprehensive social skills education. Santa Rosa Charter School has given my children the opportunity to grow at their own pace in an environment where learning and inquiry are encouraged and enhanced. I believe in the philosophy and the program at Santa Rosa Charter School, and I often encourage other parents to learn more about this exemplary program. I believe that our school is unique in its focus on positive discipline and parent involvement. Even after years in the field of child development, I learned many new things about positive discipline when I came to Santa Rosa Charter School. The parent cooperative approach has given me much support as I raise my children, through frequent contact with other parents at the school and the opportunity to work alongside my children's teachers in the classroom and see what they were learning each week. I often use the school's positive discipline program as an example in my child development classes. I also appreciate that the academic structure of our school respects the individual development of each child in the program. Both of my sons entered kindergarten with the physical energy typical of a 5-year-old, and each of them had a teacher who respected their enthusiasm for learning despite their inconsistent abilities to sit still. With encouragement, understanding, and occasional suggestions about how to support their success from home, their teachers at Santa Rosa Charter School have helped my children grow into capable, academically talented, and most importantly, respectful young men. In my field of child development, this is what we call developmentally appropriate practice, and it is the focus of our care and education of young children. Over the years, I've known many friends and acquaintances who chose other charter schools for their children, and I've always been impressed by how stable and well-run our school is in comparison. We have a strong director, a stable parent board, and a clear plan for the future. I hope that the Santa Rosa City Schools Board will continue to support us by helping us find a new site. I believe that the Santa Rosa Charter School provides an excellent model of how a school can nurture children and parents by creating a community. It is my opinion that if this school dissolves due to the lack of a viable home, our city will have lost a valuable educational asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Irma Garcia, followed by Sabrina Howell.
Thank you. I want to tell my story about my children. I have my daughter 2 years old, my son 11 years old. Since my daughter started school, she was 2.5 years old. Since that time until now, she wants to stay in the school every single day, including weekends. When she was 3.5 years old, the teacher moved her to preschool and said, wait a minute, she's not 4. She's ready, she's ready. She doesn't need to wait. I said, okay. But I didn't have that experience with my son. My son was in 2 different schools, and the bad experience that he has, he was the top of the class, but the teacher put him down. And he needs to wait for the entry class to be in the same level. That provoked him to be mad, angry, very disappointed. The teacher didn't respect him. Even though my husband and I, we were involved since he started school, nobody listened, nobody helping us. When she moved, he feel not interested in the school. When we moved him to the charter school, the first day, I asked the teacher, said, teacher, how's my son is? He's a great student. I looked at my husband and said, you know, finally we find the right place. Since that time until now, my son is very happy in the school. He has fun learning, and he is in 6th grade now, but his math levels is higher. The teacher said it. And they jump him to a 7th grade level math. He's so happy as you can imagine. He feels that the teacher listened to him, respect him. And he trusts them. And I trust the school. I believe in the positive way. It's the best way to teach our children and respect them because they are smarter than we are. As a parent, I received with my husband parenting classes. Well, it's positive discipline classes, not only helping how we are teaching our children the best positive way. It's more than that. It's teaching us, my husband and I, our relationship to be stronger, together, fighting for the best we can for our children's education. Stand up, middle school, please. Stand up, middle school. Middle school, please. Middle school. Thank you. Please, give you a clap. You know why? Those children and this hard year, they are helping so much, moving things away, putting things away. And you know what? The next day that we started class, everybody was up in the classroom. Nobody complained about the hard work we did before the class. Yes or no? Yes. And the most important thing, Santa Rosa Charter School is teaching in positive discipline, helping our children to be responsible, independent, and they can resolve their problem in the best positive way they can. Please help us to continue in our mission, and maybe in the future they occupy your space, and they will work for the community, helping the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Sabrina Howell and Malik Armstrong.
Irma, you rock.
Leak.
My name is Sabrina Howell. Good evening. I'm a former SREC parent and board member. I have 3 children who have graduated from the preschool and the charter school program. The oldest is Zebediah. Zeb thrives in a small school environment. The SREC environment gave Zeb his love of learning and teaching. He has been teaching Lego classes since he was 13 years old. He's currently, that came out of the blue. He's currently a senior at the University of Puget Sound in Tacoma, Washington. He's majoring in mathematics with a minor in computer science. He hopes to teach at a school like SREC one day. Like all people, sometimes Zeb struggles with things, but he is able to cope and be a great teacher because of the many, many skills that he learned at the SREC. My youngest child is Beatrice. She is currently a junior at Santa Rosa High School. She was honored by this board as Student of the Month. Beatrice is a rock climber and an honor roll student. I just got the letter today. She is also a very successful peer counselor at Santa Rosa High. Like all people, sometimes Beatrice struggles with things, but she is able to cope and be a great counselor and a great student because of the many, many skills that she learned at the charter school. My middle child is Kalita. Kalita graduated as valedictorian from Elsie Allen High School. While there, she was honored as a board, she was honored by this board as a Student of the Month and by the Santa Rosa City Council for her travels to South Korea through the North-South Exchange Art Program. Kalita is currently a sophomore at St. John's College in Annapolis, Maryland, studying philosophy and contemplating becoming an architect. It was the many, many field trips at SREC that gave Kalita her love of travel and her courage to go to Korea. She is headed to Iceland on her next spring break. Like all people, sometimes Kalita struggles with things, but she is able to cope, to be a thinker and a world traveler because of the many, many skills that she got at SREC. I have 3 children, but I am also a graduate of SREC. The community there, my participation in that community, and the parent classes that were available to me, I grew very much there. They taught me how to be a better parent, how to be a better person, and a better community member. And since graduating SREC, I've become a garden teacher at Steel Lane Elementary School and for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Department. I have also started my own nursery, plant nursery. These are things that I learned how to do while I was there. Since this school is so successful in serving so many, and since the Santa Rosa City of Santa Rosa and this board has honored my children, I ask this board to honor and support the school that gave them the skills to be so successful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Malik Armstrong and Rob Giacomini.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Malik Armstrong. This is my daughter, Aaliyah Armstrong. Aaliyah has attended Santa Rosa Education Cooperative ever since she was old enough to. I'm actually just one of several in my family that are an SREC alumni as well. This was my first and only school until high school. It's funny to think that at age 14, I left under the assumption that I was done with SREC. 5 years later, I have a little girl, I have a rent payment, and a demanding management job. I didn't know how to balance these priorities. What I did know was I had probably just worked a 10-hour day, and I had a little girl that I had to get home to that demanded just as much of my attention. The SREC teaching staff not only shortened the trial and error via positive discipline training, but also met with me one-on-one regarding Aaliyah, so there was never a question of being on the same page. I still laugh at being arrogant enough to believe that this was a special privilege just for me. However, under further observation, I realized this privilege stretched to every single parent and child, not just I. Upon maturation, I realized SREC is not only a place that I consider part of my family, but has impacted my professional and personal life as well, by outlining patience, understanding, and of course, love. The tools I've learned here and applied have given me an opportunity to do something I think we can all agree the world needs more of: communicate. In conclusion, it's my firm stance that every child deserves not only an education, but the sense of extended family that SREC puts forward almost organically. To close the school would be to take from the county a generation of innovative, loving, critical thinking problem solvers that we may just need in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Giacomini and Logan Letty.
My name is Rob Giacomini, and I'm just a small part of the large community here today. I've been at the charter school for all 9 years of my normal education and 2 at the charter preschool before that. But when I was in 1st and 2nd grade, I felt extremely unstable, not able to express myself. But the charter's programs helped stabilize me, make me better. Their enrichment classes like guitar taught me patience, honed my skills, and brought out my love of music. Their dynamic writing and hands-on art helped me express my creativity in ways I hadn't explored yet. Their advanced math program allowed me to boost ahead of the standard. Our great Spanish classes led to understanding new cultures. All these programs, classes, and experiences have led up to now. My one request is that you help to continue these programs for everyone, for any kid that's ever had difficulty with anything. I'm proud to announce that I will be attending Elsie Allen in the fall, hopefully in the University Center program, and I couldn't have done it and wouldn't be here before you without my school. Thank you.
Thank you. Logan Letty, followed by John Letty.
Hello, I'm Logan. I go to the Santa Rosa Charter School. The school is very unique. It has art, music, and Spanish as part of normal material, as well as positive discipline. The school has taught me not just the material, but how to apply it. Some of the uncommon material it has is geometry. This is one of the only middle schools in Santa Rosa that still offer geometry. This is an advantage to me because I take geometry. Last year, it had a high, smarter, balanced score, and the years before that, with the STAR test, it had one of the highest in Santa Rosa. This is a place where kids that don't exactly fit into the Common Core can go and learn the Common Core. Besides our academics, we have a strong community bond that's been building over the past 60 years through the preschool and the past 20 years through the charter school. Without you continuing your help, all of this would die. The academics we have built would be destroyed. The community that came together over the past 65 years would be torn apart. This decision is up to you. I ask that you would help us.
Thank you, Logan. John Letty, followed by Brenda Rollins.
Thank you. My name is John Letty. I'm currently attending 8th grade at Santa Rosa Charter School. Santa Rosa Charter School offers curriculum that other schools don't offer. It offers geometry, which is personal for me, because my brother and I are in geometry. We went to a Santa Rosa City school. They told us we'd be forced to repeat algebra, even though we both got straight A's. But this year I found to be unstable because of lack of a school site. It has made learning more difficult with the lack of walls and loud noises. Until very recently, it has seemed to me Santa Rosa City School has not cared about us. Prove us on February 10th you do care about us and help the charter school find a home. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Brenda, followed by LaDonna Moore.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Rollins, and our school was started out of the Santa Rosa Cooperative Play School 51 years ago. It had a program that encouraged parent volunteerism, had a comprehensive parent education, and taught their students social and emotional skills. When you granted a charter 20 years ago, all those programs continued, and we added in academic excellence and educational innovation, something that we could try because we're an independent charter. Today, our great gift to you, the district, our students, some of whom you've heard from already, who are well-rounded, who are well-versed in 21st century education, who have been given the idea that they can think, that they are responsible, and they can do anything they want to on their own. And even when they make mistakes, they have the tools to correct those. I was very surprised to find the school 19 years ago. I'm an educator, and my 3-year-old daughter was a power girl. And power girls are not well beloved in our society. I was very worried that she would be shamed in her school for being who she was. Coming to the charter school, she was honored for her power and given the tools to learn how to use her power for good and not evil. She has just graduated from SSU and is going to be going to law school in the fall, where I hope that she continues to use that power for all the good in the world and none of the evil. My second daughter didn't learn how to read until 2nd grade. She figured that school was all about social stuff and not about learning. It wasn't until the end of 2nd grade she went, oh, I'm supposed to read? And so she did. By the end of 2nd grade, she was learning at 4th grade level. If she had been in any other school, she would have been shamed in thinking she was stupid and not able to read, and there was something wrong with her. Instead, she was gifted the time to learn how to do it on her own and figure it out. She's now going to SFSU, majoring in business and minoring in art. It's a very strange combination. My oldest is a little difficult with controlling his body. And he was never shamed at our school, but allowed to grow. He's on the honor roll at Santa Rosa High and is going to be graduating this spring and will be going on to college, probably in math or engineering or chemistry. I joined the Santa Rosa Charter School staff in 2002. I'm going to run over. And I developed a middle school program, and I'm going to tell you that I work on high academic standards. I push our middle school students to learn. I give them hands-on, inquiry-based education so that they are curious and that natural love of learning is not squashed. I take them on field trips. Many of our
Rollins, could you-
students had never been camping.
Ms. Rollins, could you wrap up,
Yep.
please? Thank you.
I will. And so we give this to our kids. I'm also our staff representative to our board, and our staff is very, very nervous. It is not our fault that our school is facing closure. It is the fault of the district for ignoring us for so long and neglecting our needs. And we really hope that you will give us some sort of an answer on February 10th so that we know what our employment is going to be next year and that our school can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. LaDonna Moore?
I'll be really brief, thank you.
I'm sorry, you know what? It's 6 o'clock. If you could finish up, and then we're going to...
Can I
Great.
just do
Yes.
like a minute or so?
Thank you.
I
Yes.
just want to thank everybody for their stories. I really appreciated hearing it. And I want to thank you for putting us on the agenda February 10th. I want to thank the staff for our meeting yesterday. We're furiously looking at the options. We'll bring you a comprehensive plan next week for you to look at. And we just are looking forward to a continuation of your support.
Thank you. Okay, it is 6 o'clock. I do have a couple of cards left. You're all welcome to stay to the end of the meeting when we will continue public discussion, public comments, items not on the agenda. These more? Okay. So there's quite a few more people who want to speak. And right now, what we're going to do, though, is move on to our F items, beginning with item F1.
All right, thank you, President Jay. Board members. On January 13th, the board reviewed some proposals for search firms to assist the district with finding a new superintendent. You asked that I bring back four groups to present tonight, and we'll go ahead and get into that. Our first group will be the Costa group, so Renee will get them and we'll get started.
Great. I'd just like to make a few comments before we begin this item. First, I'd like to thank the four groups for coming before us tonight and presenting, and look forward to hearing how they can support Santa Rosa City Schools moving forward to find a new superintendent. Secondly, we'll be taking public comment prior to the presentation so the board can use the community input as they listen to presentations and formulate their questions. So you were just given a wrong instruction, because what we need to do, no, it's okay, I should have spoken before Jason did, but we're going to try to take public comment on this item so that we can all hear what the community is interested in.
Okay, great.
We only have one card, and that speaker is Rafael Rivero, the DLAC president, and Jose Martinez, parent leader, and Rafael Solano, parent leader as well of DLAC. Are those gentlemen here? Yeah. Okay. Great, thank you. We just need a minute. In the meantime, I'll speak to my board about how this is going to work. Each firm has been allotted 30 minutes, as you know, to present and answer questions from the board. After the end of all the presentations, the board may call any of the presenters to ask additional questions. Okay, so we're going to we only have one public speaker card, and then we'll begin our presentations. We'll hear all the presentations one after the other, and then we'll bring it back to the board for questions. Okay? Are all three of you going to speak? It doesn't matter, they can speak.
Muy buenas tardes.
These are the DLAC members. This is the president of DLAC, Mr. Rafael Rivero. He'll be making a few comments, not only on the selection of a new superintendent, but I believe some additional comments también, in it as well. But I'll let him do the talking.
Okay. Forgive me for the formality. Voy a hablar en español y tú vas a traducir.
However you like.
Dan, that mic is on now. That mic is on now.
Okay. Lentamente sí está en español.
Sí, cómo no. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Generalmente estoy familiarizado con el protocolo de las reuniones del City Council, pero no de este tipo de reuniones.
He's familiar with the protocol of city council meetings, but not with these meetings.
Pero estoy muy contento de estar aquí esta tarde con todos ustedes.
He's very happy to be here with you, all of you, this evening.
Mi nombre es Rafael Rivero. Yo estoy actualmente como presidente del grupo de DLAC.
His name is Rafael Rivero. He's serving currently as the president of DLAC.
Y primero que nada estoy aquí, quiero dar el reconocimiento a mis amigos y líderes, padres del parte del grupo.
He'd like to take a moment to recognize the other parent leaders of the group we have here today.
Y siguiendo también queremos dar el reconocimiento a la superintendente Socorro Shields por su gran labor en la comunidad.
They would like to especially recognize Socorro for all of her great labors for the community.
Hemos estado muy orgullosos con toda su labor, su trabajo, su entusiasmo y su conexión con la comunidad.
They're really on board with your level of enthusiasm, your engagement with the community, your involvement.
Y le deseamos mucha suerte.
And they wish you very much a lot of luck in the future.
en la búsqueda de un nuevo superintendente que pueda llenar los zapatos de la superintendente Socorro Shields,
And in terms of finding someone who can fit into your shoes, in terms of fit into Socorro's shoes,
queremos una persona dinámica.
they want a dynamic person.
Queremos una persona que continúe los programas que usted comenzó a implementar e implementó alrededor de todo el sistema escolar aquí en Santa Rosa.
Someone who can step in and continue to implement these programs that we've put in place here across Santa Rosa.
Alguien que esté preparada para trabajar fuerte y unir a todos los grupos étnicos en nuestra linda ciudad.
Someone who's who's strong and ready to come and unite all the different ethnic groups here in the city.
Queremos también alguien que sepa conectarse con la comunidad y también tenga el conocimiento del trabajo de los maestros en el aula.
Someone who can not only connect with the community, but also understands the work of the teachers in the classroom.
Y lo primordial es también que queremos que esta información y estos puntos que hemos elaborado aquí o describido esta noche, que sean valorados por toda la mesa directiva.
And we would like for all of you to value this information, these points that we've touched on today.
Entonces, si no hay algo más por parte de mi grupo.
Unless there's something more from the group. That's all.
Okay. Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Jason, now we're going to bring you back, okay?
Sorry about that, gentlemen. Now you can, Dr. Remley and Dr. Barbopo from the Costa group.
Good evening. We're very pleased to be with you this evening, and we've got to give a commendation to Renee Jackson. Of course, you probably know you've got an excellent employee, but very timely and very complete information for us, something we don't always see from school districts, and so we're very pleased to have been able to work with her in terms of setting up this for this evening.
Thank you. We'll make sure that she hears your comments. Is she right there?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Renee.
So I hopefully she hears that. I'm Don Remley, and this is Dr. Rob Barbeau. We are both partners with the Costa Group. We have a third partner who is not here this evening. We'll be introducing him later, but that's Dr. Steve Goldstone, and he is truly a third partner with us, and originally was to be here with me this evening, but because of the timing and the night, he was not able to be with us. We congratulate Socorro for moving to another position and wish her well as she works with the state. We commend you on the board for taking the time that you're taking this evening to talk to 4 firms, giving them each a half an hour to select a firm that will work with you in selecting a superintendent. This is a very important task, and I think you know that. And many of you have been on the board for a number of years, and this is not the first time you had to go through the process of selecting a superintendent. But it's not something you want to treat very lightly. We pride ourselves on trying to find superintendents who will be long-term superintendents for the school district, find a good fit that will work for you. Tonight, as we go through our slides, we will try to explain to you the process that we have. We'd like to leave time at the end for questions that you might have that might be a question on something that we didn't necessarily cover thoroughly, or maybe you have a question regarding what we're going to be doing. So we'll start with Dr. Barbeau sharing the first few days, or a few slides here.
First of all, thank you for having us here. And as the gentleman said here earlier today, ustedes tienen una oportunidad de tener un superintendente que puede hablar español y también que tiene what is necessary para las buenas escuelas. In other words, it's important that you really go through this process and try to select someone who best moves the schools forwards and does the best not only for you, for the kids of the school district. What we'd like to do this evening is And I'm not going to, you can read, so I'm not going to read to you, okay? And if you want me to, just stop me. But as to the topics, we have 5 major things we want to hit. The description of the Costa group, so you know who we are and what we have to offer and why we think we can do a good job for you. And then a little bit of background of the team that would be proposed that we work with you, and factors that we really think you need to consider whether you hire us or whoever you hire in this process, so that you keep them in the back of your mind. And of course, why you should select us, you know, make our pitch at you as we can think. The Costa group, again, I'm not going to read them to you, but I will tell you, if you look at the sheet, what you'll see is we're statewide, but we have people in each area. All of us have been superintendents before. We come from very diverse backgrounds, but we have some commonalities amongst ourselves. Not have we all been superintendents, but we've all been successful superintendents. By that I mean we've got good reputations wherever we're at, and we'd want to maintain that if we worked with you, so we don't plan on flying in and flying out to any place, okay? And then next, I think it's important, and you'll see when Don presents it, most of us do this because we think a superintendent's role is extremely important, and we like doing it. It's not for all monetary gains. Most of us have plenty of resources and those things, candidly, in which we work, but it's a passion that we do, and we like what we've done, and we care about kids, and so we like to do that. We've completed over 60 superintendent searches in the state, all been very successful, and we offer a lot of things in that regard that we think are important. The other thing I'd like to do is give you a brief description of the Costa group. And basically, the other things that we do, as you can see on here, I'm not going to read them, we come from diverse training. We're able to offer surveys, district-wide compensation studies, you name it, because of the nature of the group. Almost all of us, can't think of any of us that don't have at least a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate degree, and a lot of experience in multiple grade levels in curriculum instruction. So that's a given for us. The other thing, too, is the one commonality, if I was to identify and just summarize that we all have, and I know the 3 of us have, we have a lot of experience in working with diversity and finding common ground and a person for a school district that can lead that whole school district as a whole, because when you have diversity, as your district certainly does, not only ethnically, but diversity in opinions and attitudes and all the different groups you have to represent, getting a school board of 7, and I've been a superintendent of school boards of 7 and on, it's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. You have to focus on those superordinate, important things and what does the community do. And the last thing we share is we don't bring in a herd of people that are not stable, as some people say. We, first of all, work with you, with your community, with your teachers, and get input and try to determine what it is that your district needs and bring those people to you. And we have an ability to do that not only locally but statewide, because we do have partners. Even Frank Costa, he himself came from Ontario in that area, but we all get together monthly, share, and do all those things so we can do that. Again, I'm not going to read to you, but the next one I'd like to do is just a brief description of who we are, okay? I'm watching that clock, so that's why I'm doing it. First of all, I'll start with myself, since I'm here, and I'll hand it to Don. My name is Rob Barbeau. I do have, obviously, my master's, bachelor's, and all, and doctorate degree and all those credentials. I have been a high school principal, middle school principal, taught K-12, was a high school counselor, taught at the university, been a professor. I've loved doing searches. You can see all the bullets, things here. We could add others. I'm also currently just finishing my term as president of the Boys and Girls Club all of El Dorado County, because we've connected with the schools and with our ethnic backgrounds and that. So we all have passions besides schools, but they're all related around instruction of kids. I will also tell you just a little about myself, because the group up here, just so you know I don't look it typically to most people, but my place of birth was Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico, and I lived there till I was 10 years of age and didn't learn English till I was 10 years of age. My mother and my dad moved to California because of the educational programs available. So I can help in that regard too, when meeting with parents. It was good to see the DLAC group here, having an interest in wanting to be a part of the whole. So, and that's what we try to focus on. I could go into a lot more, but I want Don to have some time and you time to, if you have some questions for us, okay? Thank you.
Rob indicated that we've all been superintendents. I'd like to introduce Steve Goldstone first as the third member. Steve was superintendent for over 20 years. The last district that he was superintendent of was Vallejo Unified. He also did a full year interim for Fairfield and did also an interim for Berkeley after he retired. Steve has done quite a few superintendent searches in this area. He is our primary lead person for the Bay Area. I am the primary lead person for the Sacramento area, but also do quite a few searches in this area with Steve. So you will have a 3-member team that will be coming here. Steve is also a graduate with his doctorate from the University of Southern California, and he was the founding dean of Touro University. I think you pretty much know where that is located, over on Myers Island. And so Steve was involved with that initially. I also have my doctorate from the University of Southern California, a couple masters from Whittier College, MA and an MED. I was superintendent for 26 years, 22 years in my final district, Oroville City. You know, I believe in long-term superintendents, and so we try to make certain that districts get the superintendent that will stay with them. One of the things that, as we go through tonight and talk about this, one of the things that we like to stress with boards is the fact that every superintendent search we do is different than the last one that we did, and there are reasons for that. Obviously, part of the reasons are the size of the district, location of the district, the type of district, whether it's a unified or a high school district elementary. But the other part that really is more important than that is what type of a need do you have for a superintendent? So we spend a lot of time on the front end, and I'm going to flip this to the next screen. We spend a lot of time on the first phase of the superintendent search, probably more than any other group. We will come into your district, spend an entire week, all 3 of us, talking to people, stakeholders that you have selected, along with the obvious ones that we know we will want to talk to. We will want to make certain that we have students involved. We always go to the high schools and talk to either student leaders. I was in Fairfield High School one day, came in at 7 o'clock in the morning before school started, and the leadership team wanted to meet with me. And so I was met at the parking lot. A young man walked me through, and we went into auditorium, and there on one side of the room was a full bleacher full of kids. and so we had the input from that large group. Oftentimes it's a smaller class, but in any case, we want to make certain that your high school students give us input. Parents, obviously, staff at all levels. So, you know, we want to make certain that the classified are represented and the different classified groups, because the classified, say, cafeteria workers have something different to add maybe than custodians would have. Your teachers and then administrators at different levels. We want to make certain that the community leaders that interface with your district are also part of that input session. So in every district, it's going to be different, but you're going to have some youth workers that maybe are tied to the Parks and Recreation District, or maybe Boys and Girls Club, or YMCA, or some other group that basically work with some of your students after hours, and maybe actually are on campus. We'd like to make certain that those individuals are going to give us input. And then you have other groups like the Chamber of Commerce, and maybe some of your service groups, sometimes the Rotary Club or Lions or some other group also have a way of coming on campus and having youth programs as well. They interface with you as a school system. We want to make certain that those groups get in to share with us what they see as important issues for your district, important support things that are already in place, and so that we can see the strengths of your district, but also from that then to identify characteristics that we need to see in the new superintendent to be successful for your district. Now, on the screen, there are several things that are missing. I'd like to just go through it very quickly there. I don't want to read it all to you, but what I want to let you know is that after we initially meet with you as a board, and I'm thinking that we might meet with you as a board, if we were selected, as early as your next board meeting on the 10th of February. At that time, if we were selected, we would ask you as a board to help us to identify what you see as the strengths of the district, what you see as the needs, the issues that you're facing currently. We would identify them, and part of the reason for doing it at that point is to have you go through some of the process that we'll be going through with other groups. We would then ask you at that time also to look at the list that maybe we've created with staff already before we came to you, so we don't spend all of your time that evening, but to look at the list that we have of stakeholder groups, and maybe you could identify stakeholder groups that are not on that list, and we would add them to that list, make certain we have a complete input from the community. Community input is very important because community wants to be a part of the process. The difficulty with it is that in the end, as a board, you need to make the selection of your superintendent because you're the group that's going to be working directly with the superintendent. But we like to give the community as much input on the front end and make certain that you have that input so that when we come back to you, we are going to come back with you with a book. This happens to be Rockland Unified. This is Washington Unified. 3 of the last 5 districts I've worked with are districts almost the same size as your district. Rockland 2 years ago, Woodland a year ago, and then just more recently Washington Unified, which is West Sacramento. Those districts are very, very similar to you. You might be just a hair larger than they are, but generally speaking, you're in that same ballpark size-wise. You receive all that input, and then in a public meeting like this, you then establish what you see as the strengths of your district and the needs and the characteristics. Now that's important because we share that with the public, and any candidate that comes to us and says, I would like to apply for the job, what I do is I say, look at that list. If you feel like it fits your profile, great, we want to talk to you. But if it isn't, you're going to have a difficult time basically making it through the process because that's what we're looking for. Once we've identified through working with the stakeholder groups the characteristics we're looking for, then the entire process is based upon that. We will have during the input session, for those people who cannot make it to any of the input sessions, we have open forums at night, of course, and we work throughout the day. We'll start at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'll work all the way through till 8 o'clock at night, almost every night that we're here. Friday nights, normally we cut off a little sooner than that, but basically we're here for 12 hours. We will have an opportunity for people to give that input through a survey that we have on the web page, your web page, and it would come back to us. We'll have a Survey Monkey that we would put together, and that input would all be added to the other input that we receive from groups. We would submit that all to you as a board. Now that could be as early as February the 15th to the 19th, that particular week. Now we can look at look at the staff and also have them look at the calendar with us along with you and find the date that would be right. But that date is a date that is probably as early as we would probably want to do it because there's some organizational things that come before that to make it run smoothly. Now those reports are, the reports I'm talking about, this report will not only be shared with you as a board, but it'll also be made available to the public. We come that evening, the evening when we finally come back with the report with copies that the public can see, but also we ask that it be put on your web page. It becomes a public document, and we think that's wise for the public to know the process and understand what we're all going through. The next part of this pre-recruitment phase is that we prioritize all the information. You help us to establish the profile, and then we establish an electronic brochure. Now, it used to be we always had written brochures, and we still do. I have a copy here. This is the one that we have from Washington Unified. They wanted to have some hard copies that they would put out on at their schools to make people aware of the process, and also to send to people that board members or others felt might want to apply. So sometimes it's easy to just go ahead and send it to them and not necessarily have a conversation, so you don't feel like you're already endorsing somebody, but you're encouraging them to at least consider it. So we can make those available as well, but the important part of the recruitment today is the electronic brochure. And we will send that out throughout the entire state. So it goes out to all the school districts. That would be basically the size that you would want to be drawing from. You're probably not going to be sending it to school districts of 100 students, but those districts that basically would have a superintendent that would be at approximate size to move up, we would want to make certain that they all receive a copy. We send it out to all the colleges and universities that are also training administrators at the current time, and so the word gets out. We would put that in the EdCal flyer as well that comes out weekly. The thing that I'd like to stress, though, is that with all that advertisement that I just mentioned, the thing that really brings the greatest number of candidates to you to consider is the people who tap them on the shoulder. Because the person that you want for your next superintendent is somebody right now who has no idea that they want to come to your town, to Santa Rosa. They're happy where they are right now, and they've probably not even considered moving. That's the type of person you want if they have the skills that you're after. The advantage to our group is that we have members throughout the state of California. We have quite a few members in Southern California, along the coast, in the Central Valley, as well as Northern California. So we have contacts throughout the state where we can basically contact people that basically fit the profile you're looking for. 5 years ago, it was hard to sometimes get Southern California people to move to Northern California because of the housing issues. Today, that's more relaxed, and it's easier for us to get candidates from Southern California. You will have approximately, with our firm, you will have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 candidates that will apply for the position, and possibly more. I wish I could tell you it was going to be 100 or more, but today we don't get that many. But if you don't do the recruitment that we're talking about, what I'm sharing with you, the personal recruitment, you don't get the 40. You end up with somewhere around 14 or 15 for most districts, and so you want more than that. So we'll be doing that. We will do a total compensation survey for you as well, and that will be done during the same time that we're doing some recruiting. Now, after we've established all the electronic brochures and we're out right now looking for people, what happens is at that point, when we receive the applications, we receive them in our Fairfield office. Now, we will review all those applications after the closing date, but you will be reviewing them at the same time. In other words, we do not keep the applications just for ourselves and only have you see the ones that we think are the best candidates. There are some firms that do that. We believe it's good for you to see all the applications, even though there will be some that will be obviously not at the same level as others, but you should see them and see what you have. Then when we meet with you, we have already gone through those applications. We have already done a background check on the individuals. We have already done telephone calls and contacted with a lot of people regarding them. You will identify individually as board members the candidates that you think are the top candidates. It'll be interesting to see if your top candidates match with ours. Oftentimes they do, but sometimes they don't. And the reason that they may not is because we found something in their past that doesn't match with the paper that they presented to us. There's something about them that doesn't match with the needs that you have. And we know that it wouldn't be a good match. And so we'll tell you that. Now, as a board, if you wish to still see them and interview the candidate, you may do so. But at least you'll have the input that we have given you, and you'll know where we see the weakness in terms of the match with your district. We will also tell you the strengths that they have. Now, from that, you identify the final candidates that you want to interview. We won't make that determination for you. You have to make that determination after you've received the input that we have. Now, once we've identified the candidates that we will have for the interviews, there's enough time for us to actually do a third-party search as well on them. So we check to see if there's anything else about them that we haven't been able to pick up. Have they had a bankruptcy? Do they have a DUI on their record? Do they have something about them that basically could create a problem for you as a district? We want to come to you with individuals that have a clean slate, and we would share with you any information that we were able to pick up so that you're not going to inherit somebody else's problem. During this entire process, we will keep you informed about what is happening. What I generally do, and I will be probably the lead on this job, is I will, on a weekly basis, give you an update of where we are, what has happened, how many applicants we have right now, who are we expecting, not necessarily names, but we'll give you an idea as to the pool that we have as we go along. The difficult part about that, and we don't want to discourage board members, but the difficult part is that the applications don't generally come in until last week. And so all the way along, we can let you know that we've made so many contacts and so forth, but we really don't know for certain until that last week pretty much how large the pool is going to be. But it's good for you as a board to at least know the progress that's being made along the way, and we will keep you informed. When it comes to the interviews, we will actually write some sample interview questions based upon the needs that the district has already established and your strengths and the characteristics you're looking for. Now, you will, as a board, then have those, and you can throw them all out if you want to, or you can accept certain ones, or you can tweak them, do whatever you want to do. But we feel like it's helpful for you as a board to at least have something to work from, and you don't have to start from scratch. So we will do that for you. After the first interview, we also set up a second interview. The second interview is normally with the top 2 or 3 candidates. And the reason for that is it's a more informal interview. Rather than a structured interview where everybody gets the same question, now you can zero in on the things that you really liked about a person, but you really want to know more about it. Or maybe there's an area that you have a concern, and we ask board members who have those concerns to identify questions that maybe try to get to that concern and try and clarify whether it really is a concern or whether it's something that could be maybe corrected through mentoring or some other means. We also ask that you go to the district of the candidate, the final candidate, talk to the board there. Talk to the community. We basically ask the candidate to set up a good cross-section of people so that you're talking to parents, you're talking to community people, you're talking to board members and some of the staff. So you walk away feeling you have a pretty good feeling of how they have worked in that district, how successful they have been. It helps you as a board to really know whether that's going to be a good match again. If you are not satisfied with any one of the candidates, we will stay with you until you are, okay? We ask boards not to make a quick decision, but to make certain that they've made a decision that they feel comfortable with. And, you know, it's sometimes hard to get everybody to feel that this is our best candidate, but generally speaking, we want to make certain that all the board members feel comfortable with the final decision. And again, we'll stay with you at no additional cost. So if we have to go out again, that'd be fine. I've never had to in any of my searches. So, but I give you that assurance that there'd be no extra cost and we would stay with you, okay? If in fact the candidate leaves within the first year, and I've only had that happen once, but if that happens, we will come back, offer to do another search for you. The only cost would be actually our actual costs for like travel and the like and advertising, but there would be no other cost for our services. So again, I don't expect that to happen, but that's a guarantee that we make and we would follow through with. I think at this point, maybe Rob can finish, and if there's any questions, we can try to answer them.
I think we've summarized it for you. If you have anything you want to ask us right now, I just would tell you that we're committed to finding the best person for a school district. And we can't say that deeply enough. And that is someone that meets your needs and the community's needs and is a good match for where you want to go.
There's about 3 minutes left in their presentation. If any board members have questions, Bill?
A couple of quick questions. After you do some initial reference checks, there is under phase 3, a note that you would put a panel of experts to convene to identify the most qualified candidates. Who besides you is looking at applications and giving us input?
What we do after the applications come in and when we've done some things, we get typically not only the team, but 3 or 4 other partners from a diverse area to get together who have knowledge about these candidates.
Okay.
And we call each other, we're pretty well connected. We call a lot of people who could trust us.
So in other words, you're looking at the other folks that are in the Costa group.
Absolutely.
And looking for their input.
We're a team. Like I said,
Similar to phase 2, where you said you would consult with experts to identify candidates.
Yes.
And I think you were indicating that, you would let everybody know in your group and
That's one of the big advantages of having people statewide, so.
Second question. We have a 2-tiered process here. We've got a set of interviews, and then we narrow it down. And in the second set of interviews, there's a recommendation that we have a group of parents, employees, community members that conduct interviews. We did that last time. I personally felt that that was very valuable, and I really appreciated that input. Some people say that there's a concern about confidentiality with respect to it. Is that why you do that with the final candidates, so that you reduce the risk that somebody feels that they may be outed, that they're a candidate?
Well, we've actually done that both ways. So we can do it during the first interview so that they see all the candidates. We're willing to work with you as a board whichever way. The confidentiality issue is an issue, but it's something that we feel comfortable being able to work with. I think the bigger issue for us is that we don't want to lose any candidates. And what generally happens when you open it up so that there are more people that are involved, oftentimes sitting superintendents will back out of an interview when they feel like there's going to be a lot more people involved because of the fear of confidentiality being breached. And if there are 5 people being interviewed, only one's going to get the job, so 4 have to go home afterwards, and they're going to be with their own people. And what happens at that time is that their fear is that their district is going to kind of have a backlash.
If I could add to that too, and I'll just make it personal so it's not talking about this. When you're sitting and you're successful in a job and things are going well, and it gets out to your community and you don't get the job, it hampers your effectiveness in that school district. It's not only selfish, but it's also hurtful to the people you're serving if it doesn't come to fruition. So it's a big factor.
Director Close?
So again, we recommend that you as a board make those final decisions based upon your interviews. We think it's real important for us to spend as much time as we can on the front end to make certain the community has as much input as possible. But we're willing to go either way, and we can make it be successful. It's just that we could lose some candidates along the way.
Director Close and then Director Pugh.
I appreciate your comment that the best candidate might be somebody who's not actually looking and doesn't apply, but someone you have to reach out to. And so I'm wondering, along those lines, how do you make sure that you're staying current on issues and challenges in education, and current on the superintendents working on their progress? How do you maintain those relationships?
Okay.
There's a number of ways, but I'll give you some of the highlights. First of all, obviously, we read all the literature that comes our way, statewide. I still receive that. I'm heavily involved in that. In my own case, I'm also involved with the Boys and Girls Clubs. And what we do is, through the county, we tack into all the schools for all the latest programs. Number 3, most of us, including myself, I know Don has taught at Chico State. I've taught at UCLA, at Stanford in the summers and so on, and we team up with people. We're in this profession because we love it. In fact, one of the hardest things is to leave it. I also take classes periodically just to keep myself up, either at the university. I took some classes 3 summers ago at Johns Hopkins, just as some new technique of psycho-cognitive dissonance, those kinds of issues. So we stay pretty current. Our network of friends we know, it's our family, curriculum instruction, and how we do that. It seems like even when we go on cruises, you may have the same thing. Or my wife and I were just in Maui for the family for Christmas. And even there, we met with friends, and what do we talk about most of the time? Education, and the latest trends and what we're up to. And we can't seem to leave it alone, But.
And I would add, 2 of our partners are former presidents of state AXA, have a lot of connections there. I talk to Dave Gordon, County Superintendent of Sacramento County, quite often, and he gives me individuals that he feels are ready to move along, and those connections always are helpful for us. I'm very active in the Retired Administrators Association for AXA, and I'm an officer locally in the area. Rob made the comment that we've been teaching. I taught for 10 years the school finance class at Chico State, and through that, there's about 350 students that went through my class, and so they're all administrators pretty much somewhere in the state today. And so those are our connections.
One important one that I didn't mention is, as an example, Dave Brown, Dr. Brown, who's at one time was Superintendent Napa and was the WASC director. He keeps us all involved. Every so often he taps our shoulders, says, I'd like to go out and do an accreditation, and then you get all the stuff you need.
Well, I need to wrap this up now so we can move on and everybody has fair access to this board.
Yes.
So, but if at the end, we're going to again take questions, so if you hang around, we'd appreciate that. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And you'll hear back. The next group that's coming up, Jason.
First, thank you, Dr. Remley and Dr. Barbell. Next up, we have Education Leadership Services with Dr. Rick Brewer and Ms. Kay Schultz. I think Renee's getting them now.
Okay. Welcome. Hi. It's nice to have you here tonight. I have to say that we've gone over with our first group by 5 minutes, so you're now granted 35 minutes, and you'll be finishing up at 7:20. Okay? I'll have to ask you to finish up at 7:20.
All right.
Welcome. Thank you for being
Welcome.
with us tonight.
Welcome. Thank you for the invitation to present tonight. We're delighted to be here. Excuse me, Wendell couldn't join us tonight, but the 3 of us would be working with you to find your next superintendent. And I'd briefly like to introduce myself. I've had 35 years experience in education. 14 years of those have been a superintendent here in Sonoma County, Calaveras County. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm currently also an adjunct professor at Sonoma State University. I work with students that are getting their PASC-1 credential, their administrative credential. Some of your teachers have been in that program, and it's been a delight to work with them. I'm also an executive coach with Pivot Learning Partners. I coach 2 superintendents and a principal, and also a mentor with this organization, Education Leadership Services, where I coach another superintendent. I'm also doing one additional coaching thing with Sonoma County Office of Education. I've presented at AXA. I've worked with boards on various governance handbooks and workshops. And again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our company to you tonight. This time, I'll let Kay do it.
Hi, I'm Kay Schultz. It's good to see some of you again.
Hi.
Faces. So anyway, I've spent 36 years in public education as a teacher, principal, project director, assistant superintendent, And for my last 14 years, I was superintendent in Healdsburg Unified, and then your neighboring district, Mark West, for 6 years. I joined Executive Leadership Services 3 years ago. So I've done a couple of searches. I've worked with the County Office of Education on searches, normally with the paper screening, the questions and reference checks. I've also facilitated and recruited the SELPA director that we currently have. I've presented at AXA's superintendent academies. I've coached new superintendents, and like Rick, I've worked with new beginning workshops for boards, and I've coached superintendents and new superintendents. I'm also active in community groups. Being retired, I have time to volunteer at different services throughout Healdsburg. So I'm glad to be here tonight.
So we'll begin, and the key element of our process is the development of a leadership profile. Excuse me, I've got this terrible cough I've had too long. And
next slide.
Yeah, the next slide. Can I do it?
Yeah, you got it. Should we give you the clicker?
Oh.
Good, will you hit it?
Oops.
What'd I do?
There we go.
There we go, sorry. And this is the heart of the process. I think you're familiar with this from the last time the firm was working with you, but everything revolves around this leadership profile, and it's done by talking to as many stakeholders as we can in your community. Obviously, that would involve you, groups that you're very familiar with, stakeholders, your cabinet, your various unions. We would want to talk to them and interview them. The interview process usually takes several days. We would come up with a sample schedule, of course, for you to follow in that process, but it's got to be as inclusive as possible. Online surveys are very useful that we've used to get people to give information to us. So we'd be meeting with your staff, your parents, your community, agencies that you think would be important for us to touch base with, to gather as much information we can to present this leadership profile. The various forms are up there, the online surveys, the written surveys, sometimes telephone interviews. The face-to-face we found is the most powerful way to meet with people. One-on-one, of course, is the ideal, but obviously there would be groups.
And the online survey is also in Spanish, so we have it in Spanish and English.
Right. Once all that information is collected, I would draft for you the leadership profile, and that would be the first public meeting we'd have, because I'd ask that you actually approve that profile. And it's composed of the various things you see listed up there: personal characteristics, professional skills and abilities, and obviously the experience and qualifications. So, just off the top of my head here, you want somebody that can present well, but you also want somebody that's got the skills to present and take it to some kind of action and some kind of follow through. And then the types of experiences, whether you're opening this up to other people besides superintendent, those are the things that we talk about and make decisions about. The leadership profile begins the whole recruitment process. It's a part of a flyer that's put together that talks about your community. The main piece in that is the leadership profile. We get information from you about things that you'd like to talk about your school district and make sure they're in the community, in the flyer itself. And that goes on the internet and goes in various publications. And then the recruitment process starts immediately once you approve the leadership profile. So we're working with the people within our organization. We're working with a distribution on email, EdCal 3 times, the county soups email distribution, California superintendents, any on-site recruitment at key conferences if it happens in the time that you think are important, and then posting on professional websites. Once the applications close, we take a careful look at that, and Kay would be involved in this, and I'll let her explain that process to you.
So we use this leadership profile when we start to paper screen. So once we get all of the applications, the first thing we do is make sure that they're all complete, that they have what is required in the professional profile. From there, then, we sit down, we read all of the applications, and we use the profile as our guideline. We also use consultants within our firm that may know some of the candidates. We do extensive background checks. We not only call the references that they have on their applications, but we also go usually 2 districts back and check references. We call the county office. We might call people that we know, other colleagues that might be in neighboring districts or people that they have worked with us. So we want to make sure that we have done the background checks before we come to you. So we screen the applications, we review them, we call references, and then we make the applications all available to you. We put them in a file folder, each individual, and then we'll bring them to the district office. It's not very far for us to drive to. And we'll drop them off, and then you will be able to review them. We schedule a closed session board meeting where once you've reviewed them, and we sit down, and we go over the applications that we feel meet the qualifications, the personal qualifications, the experience that you are looking for. And then we discuss all of those. You have questions for us. You might have questions on applicants that we have not made recommendations for. So we give you that information. Or we will review that and get back to you on that.
Also, we're looking at the social presence of any leader, social media use. We're Googling the person to find out if there's any red flags that we would definitely want to know about before we brought that information to you. So it's telephone calls, one-on-one interaction, but it's also using social media to make sure the candidate fits what you need. Once that process is completed, and we've discussed with you our recommendations, and you've informed us of any other people that you think may fit your profile, then we'll make a final decision. I discussed with you that at the first open board meeting, you approved that leadership profile. At that same meeting, you would be given a bank of about 120 questions, interview questions in various categories representing the responsibilities of the superintendent. And you would be asked at that time from this 120 to email me your top 20. So as this process goes on and we get here, we can whittle that down to 20 questions that can be used in the first rounds of interviews. Once they're selected, that process for the questions is explained a little further up here, but then we'll schedule the interviews. And it's my understanding you will also have a community advisory committee, although that's not listed in these particular slides. Then you would have to get the people or let us know the people that you want to be a part of that community advisory committee. And we would schedule the candidate to come to the community advisory committee, then to come before you to get through. And I think in a district this size, you'll have 6 to 8 top candidates. I'm never sure until we get all the applications, until you get a chance to see them. So it would be a full day, obviously, of talking to people. And that first round of interviews is solely limited to the 20 questions that you've all agreed upon.
And you might have additional questions that are not on the bank of 120, so we add those. And also with the advisory committee, we meet with them prior to it. We go over the confidentiality agreements that we have everybody sign, and we talk to them about that they are an advisor to the board, that the board makes the decision. And so they are an advisory to the board.
Once we finish the first round of interviews, we'll have you rank the candidates, meet with you at the end of that day. and make a decision about how many candidates you want to bring back for the second round of interviews. Typically 2 to 3. Again, it depends upon your pool of candidates and the strengths that we find in them. Your homework will be at the end of that first round of interviews, when the decision is made to which candidate you're going to bring back, to come the following day, there are 7 of you there are, with like 3 questions that you would have developed having listened to the people day 1. So it's a time to dig a little further, to get some more information perhaps about projects or skills that you may have missed the first day in the very structured interview process. We like that interview to be no business attire, but sort of, let's become much more relaxed. It's really the opportunity for you to get to know the candidate much better and in another setting. So that's the second round interview process. Then you need to make a decision whether or not you want to do a visit to the candidate's home district. The candidate would be responsible for setting up your actual schedule and the people that you're going to meet with, typically a board, parent group, key members in the community, and that usually could take a day. It might take 2 days, so that's up to you. We found some districts don't do that because they're more interested once they think they have the right match and they think they've gotten enough background information from us to proceed to contract negotiations, because it's a pretty competitive world out there. Other districts definitely want to go to do the site visit, and it does give you another look at how the candidate performed in the district that they're in. We also will negotiate the contract for you. I'll bring you information about competitive salaries, like districts, although there aren't too many like districts in Sonoma County like Santa Rosa, but we'll get comparable data from other counties as well. And look at our candidate that you're choosing, what they're making. Go through all those steps, look at the current contract, and that's usually done with me and the board president and legal counsel if the candidate has legal counsel. So we do that work for you, so when you're meeting your candidate, all that is behind you, and you don't have to necessarily worry about that. It takes some time, but it's highly recommended that you do that. And then hopefully, I forgot one step. We also have an independent firm that investigates the validity of degrees, their whole criminal history, any red flags that may come up. That would be done, obviously, before the contract is finalized. And then the best thing is the community district reception for the new leader for Santa Rosa City Schools. So, go ahead.
Oh, we would want to have that before school ends so that the staff can meet their new superintendent.
So in a nutshell, this is like kind of what you would get at our first planning meeting, which has the details of everything I've explained to you. This is obviously a quick overview of the entire process, but the critical thing is that initial development of the leadership profile. I really want to thank you. The firm, you're familiar with the firm from before. I think some of its uniqueness is around the sort of people that have called us back to do additional things, to do board workshops, to work with principals academies, vice principals academies. And I think we base our work on tailoring and customizing everything to fit the needs of the district. So we could certainly guarantee that to you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate the uniqueness of our firm. You've worked with Wendell in your previous superintendent search. Rick and I, the vast majority of our professional careers have been here in Sonoma County. We've worked with the districts throughout Sonoma County. We live right here, Healdsburg and Santa Rosa, so it's not like we have to drive far to come here. We've worked with the county office, and so we're your neighbors.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. How many other people are in the company? There's you, Wendell, and...
There's 10 of us all together, I believe, because that question, I have a direct answer to that, but I believe there's 10 of us, and sort of geographically separated between Southern California, Northern California, and Central California.
How would you, I mean, Kay, you make a good pitch about being local.
Yeah.
Does that have a restriction, though, in terms of the ability to find people throughout the state of California?
No.
And why?
Well, we, because of the consultants and Wendell's network, I mean, Wendell has been a search consultant for over 8 years. He has over 50 successful searches he's completed. So the consultants, if we don't know somebody, we will call the consultant in our firm to ask them. And we call Wendell. I mean, Wendell will be a very big support, for us. So we will use the consultants in our firm.
And that's helpful in terms of being able to get information on somebody who
Yes.
applies. What about, what do you do to seek people who otherwise might not have thought that they should have applied?
As part of the interview process, the last question I always ask is there a particular person that you would like me to contact that you think fits the leadership profile that would be a match for your district? You'd be surprised the names that come up in that, and then we call those people immediately and ask them if they're interested, first check out to see that they fit the leadership profile. But a lot of names come to us that way. Also, you have a very desirable district, so I don't think you're going to lack for qualified candidates that will be coming here. So once the word gets out through the sort of natural distribution through EdCal and all the various websites and all the various emails, I believe you'll attract very top talent.
Do you identify people that you think might be interested and call them out of the blue?
Yes, we call
Yes,
them.
I do.
Okay.
And, through the local newspaper, they know that there is an opening. So once they know the firm, a lot of times the candidates, potential candidates, will call the firm, will call the
My last question. What is your opinion with respect to the confidentiality issue, either in a first or second interview of having the advisory group? We had it last time. I personally found it very helpful. Some people suggest that can reduce your pool from people that are afraid that somehow that's going to create a problem.
It has the potential of doing that. But we sit down, you as a board will select the people, apparently, for the advisory committee. We sit down and we meet with them, and we talk about confidentiality, and each one of them has to sign a confidentiality form. And we talk about just the issue that you brought up, is that, there are people that, might, have difficulty leaving their district, or they're interested in Santa Rosa, but they don't want it publicized in their district and their community. And so we talk about that with the advisory committee and the importance of confidentiality.
Could I address that too, though? Some of your top candidates have written in their contract that they'll only inform their boards if they are a finalist in an interview process. So, one of the negative things with the community advisory committee is that fear that once they go through that committee, that the confidentiality will be breached. I mean, I've had it expressed to me, as much as you try to reassure people, people are people. So that is the one negative thing about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Close.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might have missed this, but you said that you would shoot for having a group of 6 to 8 finalists. Did you say how big you would estimate the original pool to be, or what your goal would be about the size of the original pool of applicants?
Oh, I think you would at least get 40 or 50 people for this position. Castro Valley was my last one, and they're about half your size, but a very high-performing district. 11,000, they had close to 20, 30. Yeah, I would think it would be arranged there. I'm not, of course, not sure till it closes. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Excellent timing.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you very
presentation. We
much.
really appreciate you being here. And
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Moving it along here.
Coats.
Anyway, thank you, Dr.
Thank
Brewer.
you.
Ms. Schultz,
you.
thank you very much. So next up, we have Leadership Associates. with Dr. Verdugo, Mr. Fisher, and Mr. Richard Thome. And here they come.
Welcome.
How are you?
Glad you're here tonight. Very well, thanks. How are you?
Thanks. Are we just to begin?
You can begin, yes.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for having us here to present Leadership Associates, and we hope that we are the lucky ones to be able to partner with you to conduct the search on your behalf and involve you in all of those kinds of things. My name is Rich Thome, and I'm a partner with Leadership Associates. Leadership Associates has been around for a long time, since '96. I've been with them since 2003. Fortunate to have done about 65 searches, and things have gone very well for us. We have partners throughout throughout the state, and it helps us a lot with our recruiting. I was superintendent of South Bay and Cardiff school districts in my career, and then I was an assistant superintendent at the County Office of Education. So that's who I am, and this is Rich Fisher.
Hi, I'm Rich Fisher, and did about 40 years as an educator in a variety of roles, teacher, principal, and then 19 years as a superintendent. The last 9 years were in Mountain View Los Altos High School District, and then prior to that, South Lake Tahoe Unified. And then prior to that, Harmony Union, right here in West Sonoma County. So I know Sonoma County pretty well. I also do an executive leadership program in Sonoma County at the Sonoma County Office of Education called the Executive Leadership Center. And we've been doing that here for 9 years. So I know a lot of the superintendents in the county, but we do that statewide. So that gives us quite a range of superintendents. We have about 300 who participate in that program. So that gives us quite a reach. Also, happy to say I'm a president of a school board in El Dorado County, and participate in a lot of CSBA activities as well as AXA activities. So happy to be here, thank you. And we've decided to have Rich do the whole presentation so we don't just ham and egg it and confuse you too much, so.
Great, and if you want to, you can jump up whenever you'd like. Dr. David Verdugo, who will also be on the search with us, was unable to come tonight. He's the Executive Director of CALSA, the California Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators, and they had their big meeting tonight in Monterey at the Superintendent's Council. So I want to talk a little bit about Leadership Associates and what we do, how we do it. Understanding you've had two groups before us, you've probably heard a lot of the schedule kinds of things, so we won't belabor those, but maybe talk about why we believe we would be the best partner for you to be able to conduct your search. And first of all, I want to say that, you know, Santa Rosa is a really great district, and, you know, I've done some work here in the district before and got to know you, and the kids here are lucky to have you as a board. And I'm not saying that just to, you know, get points on our search proposal here, but you really are covering all of the bases. You really are, from early literacy to career and college readiness, and community involvement. Your strategic plan is very clear about that, and if you know, as you well know, with this many schools and this many young people that are growing up into a world that is a little more uncertain than the one we grew up in, they're lucky to have you to be under your wing in terms of their education. If you could, very quickly, if I could direct you to page 4 or 5 in our, I'm sorry, it's page 4. This will serve as our PowerPoint, but it is the process for searches. And again, I won't belabor that, but I do want to make a couple of very specific points about why we believe that we'd be the best partner for you. Obviously, the first thing that we do is and I'm sorry that's projected so small so the audience can't see it, but It's basically, there are 7 phases to the search. The first meeting, if we're lucky enough to be selected, would be to meet with you, to be able to then hear about how you feel about the characteristics and qualities, experience, and personality, etc., of the candidate that you desire. We would then begin to build the profile of that person. Our 12 partners, we work together, basically. Every day we're on email, and we are able to share candidates, recruit, seek references on recruitment. We have a number of people that have been superintendents of the year, a county superintendent, a county board member, a number of people. So our recruitment is long and it's strong. So we'll first find out about qualities and characteristics from you. And then a very key thing, especially in a community like yours that has an elementary and then all the high schools extended, would be to really do a very extensive community input process. And I'm a native Spanish speaker, so we clearly involve that community as well and get their voice to the table, which is really important. And 2 things happen when you do a good community input process. One, everybody that you've designated as the people to talk to, or anybody else we can find that you approve for us to talk to, knows that you noticed them, knows that they're key people in your community, knows that you want to hear their opinion about the next superintendent, about who's going to, help you lead this school district. And as trustees, I think that is probably whoever gets this search, whatever firm does, that's a real key kind of time for you. I won't say it's a campaign, but it's a way to say, we care enough about this community that we want everybody's opinion. And we do that in a number of ways: one-to-one interviews, emails, phone calls. The one-to-one interviews will be here to be able to do that as many days as we think we need to have to get to everyone. We do a community survey for all those people that have to jump on the freeway and go to work. We do a community survey via email, SurveyMonkey, and we bring you a report that is pretty sophisticated with graphs and charts and everything about what the community said they wanted, with some key kinds of factors and qualities that the community says that they want. All of that goes into your input as you then designate who you want to interview. So moving to the next phase after that, we've already developed this position description. You'll see every phase of that. We'll do a kind of a list of things on the position description at the beginning so that you'll see what we've gathered from you and how we put that together. After the community input process is complete, we'll give you a full report of everything that everybody said with some themes, kind of weave that into the position description so that people who are applying or people that we are recruiting will be able to know exactly what you're looking for. A lot of advertisement. We'll advertise nationally. We'll recruit nationally. It's quite often, we've had a number of out-of-state people, we've recruited them and they've gotten jobs here in California. But we'll make sure that everybody knows it's here. Sometimes it's difficult to move to communities from out of state because of California state law, because of collective bargaining, and home prices, frankly. But all of that being said, we will recruit nationally. We've had some good luck with that over time. We will then bring you everyone who, the names of not everyone, I said that last time and it wasn't right, the names of everyone that has applied. So we don't exclude anybody. We don't do a pre-interview with anybody and say, no, you can't, you're not a candidate. We'll bring you everybody that's a candidate. Everybody that filled out an application, you'll see them all. We will recommend those that we believe meet the match that you've designated, the qualities, characteristics, experience, all of the factors. And we'll recommend some. It probably will be somewhere in the neighborhood of the top 8, let's say out of 25. And then we'll spend 4 or 5 hours with you, whatever time you have available, to look through all the applications and really kind of ask us exactly why we feel they're a match. So we'll explain one by one why we feel these people should be interviewed. You'll then designate who you'd like to interview, and then they'll come before you in an interview day. And we always recommend after that interview that you visit the finalist districts to make sure that what you read what you saw. Everybody's got great letters of recommendation, but what you read and what you saw in the interview is the real deal. So recognizing that, you know, you have so many schools and you're a very large district and you're in the middle of your strategic plan, which has some really excellent pieces to it: college and career readiness, balanced instruction, a lot of community engagement. The candidates that come before you are going to have to really deliver in that regard. You have a great reputation for what you've done for kids, really K-16, but certainly K-12 and pre-K sometimes, depending, you know, different elementary schools have different programs, but we believe that the superintendent here has to be, that comes here, you know, really needs to be in the very, very top level, if you will, to continue this work. It's a large district, you're very involved, you're very bright, and you've really put together a great plan. So that's what our process is all about. You know, you've seen our references, you've seen all of our information. Most recently, I was able to work in Novato, which is close by, and we did the work in Sacramento City, that search, Santa Clara County, and a few others that are fairly close to the Bay Area and close to Santa Rosa. So, Rich, did I leave anything out? Please?
No.
Thank you very much.
We also just recently completed in the last couple of years Mount Diablo search, the Pittsburgh search, San Ramon Valley. San Ramon Valley and Mount Diablo have some real similarities to the kinds of schools you have, and demographics are somewhat similar to Pittsburgh also.
So at this point, we'd love to have some questions from you and see if we can, you know, give you some responses.
Surprise, surprise, Director Carl has some questions for you. Any other board members?
I haven't taken a deposition in a few weeks, so it's my only opportunity. You guys have a single interview process. Two previous groups suggest that we interview a group and reduce ourselves to the top 2 or 3 candidates, and then have a second interview, which would, in both cases, is described as something that's perhaps a little more informal, getting into some depths of questions really specifically related to those candidates and the kinds of things that they said. That doesn't seem to be in your process. Do you have a reason why you don't do that, and any advice about that?
Well, one of the things we've learned over the years is that, you know, bringing people here for several days is a little more difficult than one, so that's why it's a shorter process, but this is your search, and if you would like to do it in that way, we'll certainly be able to do it in that way. The big thing here is confidentiality. We're going to be recruiting people that are very successful superintendents. We're going to be, you know, knocking on their doors, tapping on their shoulders, and saying this is a great district and a great place for you to apply to. And so confidentiality is really big. So that's really the only criteria for the way we do this. But we believe that given your time, and if you can spend more time with it, we think that's one of the things we've learned over the years. Don't hurry up the process. It's a major decision, and one of the biggest ones that a board will make. So whatever time we need, you tell us.
So if we as a board, and it'd be a decision obviously of the 7 of us, but if we as a board decide that we want a 2-tiered interview process, we want a pool of who knows what it is, 6, 8, 10 candidates, and then we want to have a more informal and in-depth with 2 or 3 candidates, and that's what we did last time. Yeah. But if we decide that we want to do that, you can accommodate that.
Yes.
And does that change the price?
Yeah, it won't. The process, it's all about the confidentiality. So.
No, but does it change the price? You've given us a price for the search.
Oh, yeah.
Under this.
Doesn't change. It's one, and I should have said that, but it's one inclusive price.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Second question, and this may relate to the confidentiality. Last time we ended up having a stakeholder group that assisted in the interviews. And then we as a board sat down with that group after we'd interviewed everybody and listened to what they had to say as well. before we made any final decisions. We haven't, again, as a group, we haven't decided whether we're doing that or not. That's not included in your process. Do you have any opinions with respect to that?
Yeah, in some interview processes that we've observed and we've studied, if things are published, again, it's the confidentiality issue. If it's a broad group that might include, for example, the press or someone like that, then it's very difficult. It cuts down the pool probably in half, because people that are successful can't come to the board and say, I'm applying over here, and then they don't get the job and they come back and say, I was just kidding. I really want to be here. So again, it's a confidentiality, but we have done searches, several. We like confidential searches, right? The very best ones can have a stakeholder group, as long as everybody is, it's not a giant group and they're not out and too exposed, if you know what I'm saying. That's where things get a little bit crazy for folks, because it's a small community and everyone in your community will be interested in that.
The group we had last time was made up of site administrators, district administrators, teachers, union reps, and a parent or two, and some community groups. So it was, I'm going to say, around 15 or so. And I didn't hear that we had any issues with respect to that, but I'm curious if whether that has an impact on potential applicants.
It can, depending on, and that would have to be kind of sunshine to them, that, you'll be interviewing with the panel. I think if there's been a history of good confidentiality, that's not a deal breaker for a good candidate. If they're in a major district that has a lot of press that is going to follow all that, it's just there has to be either some type of non-disclosure agreement or some confidential agreement that's really tight so that we can get everybody in. Because you want all the candidates before you, and that's the issue.
Last question. The JC, last time when it hired Dr. Chong, had a public interview process of the final 3 candidates where anybody was invited, including the press. Do you have any opinion about that relative to this kind of a search?
Yes, I think that would cut down your pool significantly. Okay. You wouldn't have people that would be, whoever does your search, folks that can't risk it, if you will, probably won't apply. And that cuts down the talent pool that you'll have to talk to.
And as a faculty member at the community college, that Director Carl was mentioning, it did have a chilling effect on who applied, as well as other dean positions and vice president positions in our district.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Close.
Hi.
Hi, thank you. So you mentioned that you definitely would recruit, not just passively accept applications and tap on people's shoulder if you think they're good candidates. How do you stay current with who the stars are throughout the state, and particularly who is doing well in districts facing similar challenges to ours?
That's the beauty of having the network. We have the reason we've done a lot more than everyone else is because we have this big network statewide and nationwide through organizations. So we talk, as I said, every day, at least 4 or 5 on email, and then we have a weekly meeting that we talk about all the candidates. So if they're in a similar district in San Diego, if they're a similar district in the Bay Area or Central California, one of our partners will have heard about this great rising star or this very successful superintendent that would be a good match for Santa Rosa. So it is that network. Again, when you think about the work that we do, we're all partners in this firm. We're not hiring other superintendents on loan to do the job. We're partners in this firm. We're about as good as our last search. If something goes wrong and we don't bring the right candidates, the world will know. So, and the bottom line is that it's about recruitment and reference checking. That's why you would put out money to have a search consultant firm do the job. But what we find is that by doing the recruitment side as extensively as we do, right, we get a very large pool of people. And county superintendents especially, who we have a great connection with, know who their superstars are in their district, and they're not afraid to say it, right? You can't really call boards and say, is your superintendent any good? You know, that wouldn't work as well. Rich, any comments on that? You don't have to have any.
For instance, my seminar groups meet. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought
that was
maybe live. Sorry about that. Meet in county offices all over the state of California. I know most of the county superintendents, and we have 15 different regions we work in. And we just have a broad network of people, and we don't just rely on people applying online, but clearly, as Rich said, we just know folks. And we're in almost all the regions in the state now. We have pretty much the state covered with our partners, so.
Question, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Answer. Second question is, what if we interview the 6 to 8 candidates and no one feels like a great fit to us?
We keep going until you find the right fit.
And that's the same price,
Same
contract
price.
Okay, and then
You have to be happy for a year, or we'll do it again. I mean, if somebody for some reason, God forbid, comes here and something happens and they have to leave, family reason or otherwise, we'll do it again. And if the 6 or 8 aren't the right match for you and all of the interests that you have for these children, we'll do it again. We'll keep going. I had one that had probably 6 interviews about 8 years ago, 6 sets of interviews because they really wanted the right guy and they got him, but it was after 6. But hopefully we'll bring you the right pool first time around.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you
Can
very
I
much.
have a closing statement?
Of course you can. Yes, you may.
So I just want to brag about you, and I just want to say that knowing what you've done, thinking about 21st century skills, thinking about college and career readiness, thinking about the opinions of your teachers and the people that work for you, that's who you are. And that is the formula for success. A great vision, a great strategic plan, and a whole lot of checking through the people that are out working in your schools. And I think that was the thing that most impressed me. But moreover, it does take everybody to get these kids ready for the competition that's going to happen here when they graduate, whether they're in high school now or in 6th grade. And we're all over that with regard to the candidates. We're not going to bring you somebody that's going to say, I worked in 3 districts and I did it this way, I'm going to come here and do it this way. It's all about your vision and it's your search. So we appreciate you taking the time and to interview us, and thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
I'd like to say thank you again to the 2 Riches.
Two
Mr.
Riches.
Thome,
What's
Mr.
that?
Fisher.
We're saying
I'm behind
thank
you.
you to 2 Riches.
Sorry. Yes. Next up, we have. Thank you very much. Thome and Fisher. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Sonoma County Office of Education, and the presentation will be done by Dr. Michael Yurek.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just give me a minute to put my toys down as
No
we
problem.
as they are. I won't use that. So I'd like, before we start, I'd like the board to bear with me for just 1 minute and take a pen and write down the 3 to 5 things you're looking for in a superintendent. I will not ask you to share that out. It's not a homework assignment. But if you could just write those 3 to 5 things down for me. Okay, you got it? Good, good, you should be. Okay, finish that piece up, and then just as this continues, I want you to also be thinking about the characteristics you're looking for in the group that will assist you in finding an individual that has those characteristics, because that's really your task, is to find that person and find the people that will help you find that person. I'm going to speak to each of these slides some more quickly because I really want to focus on process, I think we have an idea that the similar things happen in the superintendent search piece, and I want to give you the opportunity to question me as to how we're going to do it and how it's going to be different, but I'm going to try to give you that as well. So first, we use the term firm, but we're an organization. And the one big difference in the Sonoma County Office of Education is we are a current, active, educational organization that serves your students and that works with your staff. Many of our staff members have students in your schools. Many of our staff members have spouses or partners that work for your schools. And although I'm giving the presentation here, I'm joined in the audience with Dr. Stephen Harrington, my boss, and our County Superintendent of Schools, and he's here to do my mid-year evaluation. And also our Assistant Superintendent for Special Ed, and that's John Laughlin. And John's always here for comic relief, so we'll use him in that. So the internal resources, the primary lead would be me. You've seen the paperwork, you've seen my resume. The bottom line is I have, let's say, over 30 years of experience, and a majority of that has been in actually the HR function of hiring. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and Services for the Sonoma County Office of Education. And I've held that role in a number of districts, and concurrently, or sometimes separately, I've also held that role as Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction as well. And I teach at the college, as you know from that, and then I'm active in the community. And I am a long-term Sonoma County resident since 1977. So I will be the lead for the project, but I'm assisted in that project with a number of people in addition to the two gentlemen here that are in this room. One is Jim Soretta, who's our Business Services Associate Superintendent, and the other is Vicki Porter, who is our Associate Superintendent for Educational Services, and I'll explain their role in a little bit. In addition, I have a staff of 9 underneath me. We also have our own graphic and print services, which is a nice feature. Other folks that have used us have appreciated that piece. But here's the thing. We talk about the connectivity. We talk about how are we going to get out to other folks. We not only reach out to these statewide networks, but we are part of these statewide networks. I get a continual comments, friendships, connections through CSESA or for PASCA, which is the Personnel Administrators version of the counties altogether. So we are already a connected organization with relationships to do those follow-up questions for folks. The unique features of our approach, I'm just going to touch on because I want to go on to the slides that I think are going to have the most meaning for you. And that is, and I really, really want to stress, the interactive piece. This has to be highly interactive between us, in this case, me leading it, and you. And you have to be apprised along the way. And I'll give you some specifics on how that will happen. We also have a real in-depth understanding of Sonoma County issues. We all have worked here for a long time, we've lived here for a long time, and we work alongside your staff every day to find out more. As some of the others have mentioned, we were one of the first to develop a mentoring program, and I'll talk about that at the end too. Our process will not end with the selection of that superintendent. Our process will continue with a mentor that will work with that superintendent for the next year, actively, face-to-face, to ensure that that relationship that was assumed to be so strong, the honeymoon, if you will, and you know the 3 months later when you find out they leave their towels on the floor and all that kind of thing, that we can work through that kind of piece of it. And then we also will bring in, and we'll talk about this in the more in-depth discussions with the board should we be selected, outside facilitator to assist you in the development of the contract, to assist you in the development of the board goals, et cetera, et cetera. So the mentor and the facilitator are separate individuals. They have different purposes. Wanted to note that. And of course, legal as well. Okay. I'm just going to touch on these are 5 districts that we've used. We do not go outside of Sonoma County. We live and exist for the Sonoma County kids and staff. Okay, that's why we put our name into it. It's because it's our children, your children, but our children as well. I want to focus on these next 2 slides, and in these 3 bullets, let's take 1 and 3 and pull it together, because it's going to be an iterative process. Meeting with the Board of Education to get information, those 3 to 5 things that you've just written down, and then meeting with you to determine what that looks like as a group discussion and what that looks like as characteristics. And similarly, we would also build time in there to build the kinds of focus questions that we would go out to those outside stakeholders. And when we've mentioned some of them, we have certificated staff, we have administrative staff, we have classified staff, we have parents, but we need to look at the complexity of Santa Rosa. You are running 2 school districts with 1 board. I lived that in Healdsburg. I was 46% the secondary district and 4, it's a test, of the elementary district. So it's a unique piece. Plus you have a set of feeder schools that come into you. That's a very, very unique, difficult, and complex situation. And as such, one of the questions that we'll be asking you is, let's look at the stakeholder groups. Not to let anybody out, but how do we approach it? And it might take 6 different groups as opposed to 4 type of thing, to be more inclusive than exclusive. Now, as 1 and 3 in those bullets work together, information's going to come out of those focus groups. So up front, those focus groups and the work with the board have to happen fairly simultaneously. They can't happen immediately simultaneously, but really simultaneously, because that's going to get to the second bullet, which is publishing and disseminating what we're looking for in a superintendent, and more importantly, why would those people come? It's a buyer's market. So why would they come? And the joke is, for all the years I've been in HR, has been, oh, well, it's because we have great wine, you know. Well, that doesn't cut it if the average housing price is $500,000, you know. So we need to build media that sells this district. Your website's pretty robust and strong. I'm not trying to say it isn't, and I'm not being disrespectful to anything. I'm saying it's a good one. That's where they're going to go. That's where your candidates are going to go. So let's talk a minute, and I'm going to talk about, I'm going to jump to the next slide, but I'm not going to physically jump to it. How many here have a Facebook account? Not if you like it, just have one, okay? If you want to spy on your children or something like I do. How many have a LinkedIn account? Does your district have one? Yes. Okay, it has about 225 followers. This afternoon I hit Superintendent of Schools on my LinkedIn to see what's out there. 3,325 hits. Okay. I will tell you, the Sonoma County Office of Education LinkedIn page is not great. We're in the process of getting that ratcheted up for this hiring season right now. But LinkedIn is the way more than the millennials are using to find new jobs. And you're going to help, that's going to help us. I'm not saying it's the answer, but it's an example of we've got to put out in this second bullet who you are so people are attractive. I get a notice every week of jobs based on my LinkedIn profile. Sorry, Steve, I'm not taking any of them, okay? Because I have LinkedIn so that I can personally send out to my couple hundred of people, hey, we're looking for a superintendent, if you did it, so I can build another connection besides all that list of folks. So imagine, if you will, that we've narrowed and identified what we want to look for in a superintendent and the unique characteristics, and we've created that into that brochure that our print departments put together, and we start going out and getting information from those focus groups. That information is going to come back to the board. In addition to that, on that last bullet, is conduct an analysis of business and instructional trends. So this is where we're going to reach back to Jim and to Mickey and ask for some information from them on what they see independently. Not as a report card to you, but are there things that we've missed? So it's a feature that we can give the board more information so that when we build the interactive interview process, you have more information. Because before we walk into that interview process, we have to go in with really clear objectives on what we're looking for. Really winnow out from that list of 3 to 5 what we're looking for. Let me talk about the interview process and the in-depth one. There's been discussion about interviews, and I have a very strong, very personal bias about interviews, having run a number of them. When I was with Windsor in the days it was growing, just for the teaching ranks, we set aside the month of May, and we interviewed Monday through Thursday from 8 in the morning till 6 at night, every week for May. And in that process, we were hiring teachers. So what did we do? They had to teach a live lesson. And then they would also have an interview question set. So one of the features on this in-depth interview process, there was some discussion about it earlier, is it's going to be multi-phased, or it will be recommended to you, because you get to choose, but it will be recommended to you to use a multi-phased approach. For example, when you are hiring a CEO, they need to be able to analyze the complexity of what's going on. So there could be that as a feature in one of the earlier pieces of the interview process as part of their application, an analysis of some of the things that are happening in the district. Another thing they do is they meet with a lot of groups, and they have to listen and facilitate. And in the past, I've led a variety of situations where we've actually had that as data to give back to the board too. And questions and answers are good too, because it gives you some other pieces. But I would really strongly stress that we do not just have a first or second phase question and answer. It has been alluded to, and we would encourage this, that the board, when they get down to their 2 or 3, that there's that, okay, come, let's have brunch, jeans, comfortable, get to know these people, okay? But in addition to questions and answers, you have to dig deeper and see other facets of the individual. We would facilitate all the aspects of the interview. We would go through the reference checks. We would deal with our context, as has been mentioned previously. We would talk about the on-site visitation. There's been conversation about the confidentiality piece, and it's two-way. So we can take our groups, our focus groups, and we will have confidentiality statements and agreements that they have. But also, when a person gives an application and they start moving into that first group of 12 that we're really getting serious about, then there will have to be a discussion, individual, one-on-one with that individual, to say, how deep can we go? Because we've known people that can't let their boss know that they're looking for a job. Because we want to respect their confidentiality and their privacy. Because until the moment we go to an on-site visitation, if we go for an on-site visitation, it's just a last check. That is the candidate, and we're at the 99.9% level. And keep in mind that all the time that we're doing this, that we have to do it, and I know it'll happen here because of the way that the interactions I've seen, and I know from my experience in this area, we have to do it in a way that we pass their interview because it's a buyer's market. So again, we're trying to build a relationship, and the way we do that is through as in-depth a process and as many facets as we can see. Mentioned that we would assist with the contract development. We can also assist with the first year objectives. All of that is inclusive in the cost. That question's going to come up, okay? And in addition, the mentoring piece too, okay? That mentoring and coaching is one of the things, I'm going to bounce back there, that mentoring and coaching is the thing that has, we believe, created that positive success with the districts that we've used that we've addressed in this county. Quick touch on the timeline. We'd be busy in February. It's hit the ground running, but we've got 3 days to get to February, so there's plenty of time to get ready, right? Because there has to be a lot of discussion and readiness in February. We have to hit the focus groups in February as well, because in March the applications have to go out. If they don't, we're not going to get to the April interviews, and if they don't, we're not going to get to the May selection of finalists, because we need to be there by May to get that person on board July 1. And then note, we started to show some of the things that would happen after that in terms of we would initiate the mentoring program in August, we'd have a mid-year check-in in January, and we'd have a May evaluation. The key is this comprehensive, and this is why I like the shape of the circle, because none of those are standalone pieces. Those conversations, those are very deep, meaningful, ongoing conversations that have to be had with us, with me as your lead, and you as a board. And I would assume that we would be spending a lot of time together, even if it's, you know, in the month of June, several times, connections. We have to, February, to be really clear about what we're looking for and how we're going to go at it. And also to be available to you for your questions. Understanding the Brown Act and that there's a whole set of ways that we can make that happen. So of all of those pieces, the one about 4 o'clock, the continual clarification is really, really important to us. The one about 7 o'clock, critiquing against criteria, that will keep coming at you. Not from any other way, but to say, so when you see this, when you're saying this, what are you meaning? What are you looking for? And conversely, we came to this 12 because we saw this, and this is how we interpreted it. And yes, you would have access to all the information as well. And then the last one is the 11 o'clock, the monitoring the success. It's a constant process. And it starts the day that you initiate that relationship with us. And it comes to some level of closure a year from June, at the end of the mentoring year. Questions?
Director Carl.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. What's your opinion? You've sat and watched some of the other groups, so you sort of know where I'm going on one question. What is your opinion of the stakeholder groups involved in the interview process?
I mentioned briefly, and I'll reiterate, you have to meet with your teachers, you have to meet with your classified, you have to meet with your administrators, you have to meet with your parents, and that's a comprehensive group. And we may have to break that into 2 pieces of a survey and a group, but it's a focus group is the way that I prefer to work. And there may be multiple because you've got a big district. One of the things that I think we need to look at for this district is the feeder districts as well. And we need to be a little bit, I need to know more about the community partners you have. You know, because of my outside life, I know you have 5 Rotary clubs. But what do you have in terms of education foundation, et cetera, et cetera? And I know you have things in place. We need to be comprehensive and look to who are the players? Who's affecting our kids?
And that's on the front end as we develop.
Yes, that's the February focus group.
Right. Now take it to the interview process. What's your opinion of having some of those stakeholders actually interviewing candidates at either the first or second level?
I prefer it. I prefer it at the first level, and one of the things that we would have to draft, of course, I'm putting the confidentiality as a given, okay? But one of the pieces is they will help us get to a lower number of individuals. The thing that they need to be really clear about, though, in any interview situation, this is the biggest piece for whatever you're interviewing, is who makes the decision. You hire, so it's a consultation. And so we spend time up front with the role of them is to consult, give input, but to understand that they let go of that when they give it to you because you're going to get additional information, deeper information on folks.
Do you think some people won't apply because if we have that kind of process?
I agree if it's a public process, you're going to lose some people, potentially. But let me put my answer this way. Santa Rosa needs people that are willing to be out there because it's a very visible, very energetic community.
Total number of searches you guys have done, it's like 6?
No, 14.
14. somebody has to start, you always have to start somewhere.
Right.
Right, and that shouldn't necessarily be a driver. What do you have to say to folks that would suggest that you don't have a breadth of folks up and down the state? I assume your response would be, yes, we do. We've got 57
We've got,
counties
so go back to
education.
that slide with those connections,
Right.
okay? And I also want to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to put it feels like ego always when you talk about yourself, but understand that the fact that the County Office of Education has done 14 is executive searches. I myself, when you look at that resume, have done probably, I've hit 1,000 if you count all the kinds of searches I've done.
Well,
have I done the superintendent searches? No, but I participated on.
Well, and one would presume, too, that you guys will never get up to 300 because you restrict
We're not
yourself
going
to Sonoma
that's
County.
That's not our clientele.
Okay. Last question. Your price is anywhere from 20 to 50% higher than anybody else's. Why should we pay that?
Because that also includes the cost for the entire year afterwards of whatever mentoring services, the facilitation, the contract development. It's everything. It's a one size. If we go back out, we keep going back out.
And I think everybody is in that same, if we have to go back out, go back out. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
for your
you.
time
Thank you
tonight.
for the opportunity.
Thank you.
It's a tough responsibility, but I appreciate it that you're doing it for your kids.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to thank all the presenters for coming here tonight and giving us your time and making the effort to be with us. We really appreciate it. I'd like to know if the board has needs any more information, or do you have enough information? Do you feel you have the ability to choose a firm tonight? No. And Ron isn't here either, so.
President Jay, if I may, some of the groups are still waiting in case there's any additional questions for them before they
Thank you.
depart this evening.
Thank you.
I'll be out of town next board meeting. I'll be in Texas.
Okay. Do any board members have follow-up questions to any of the presenters we had here tonight? No. Okay. So
Thank you.
again, thank you all for coming.
No, I have a question for Bill. Is the only one I saw shaking your head. What more information do you need to make a decision?
No, there were two parts to her question. Do you need any more information? And I was shaking my head, no, I don't need more information.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Compound.
So let's have a discussion about this then. Let's wait for Frank to come back first of all.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, why don't we do that? 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, I want to call the meeting back to order. If everybody could settle down, that would be great. Now I need to address my board. We've decided that we are capable of making a decision tonight, so what I'm looking for is a motion. Laura, could you, wait a second, Laura, could you, where's Laura? Laura. Oh, all right, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. We're going to wait. Sorry, false alarm there. I didn't know where everybody was.
Do we have a list of the prices?
Okay, before I ask for motion, Larry has a question.
My question was, at the last agenda, we had the price of each of the groups that they were proposing, but I don't see it in.
They're in there. The first group, Costa, is $23,664. The ELS is $20,000 because of the previous situation with us. Leadership Santa Rosa, or Leadership Associates, is $24,500, and the Sonoma County Office of Education is $30,000.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so right now what I need is a motion.
Well, I can make a motion. This will get the ball started anyway.
That's right.
And before I make that motion, I have a comment, though. Hopefully I can, I can. I cannot do that?
No, you can't do that, because if you make, no, you can make a motion and make a comment after, but you can't make a comment before a motion.
Gee, Bill,
Sorry.
you're giving me a harassing. After I reviewed the presentation, I felt most comfortable with Leadership Associates, and that would be my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Director Pugh and a second from Director Carl. Roll call vote, please.
Whoa.
What? What's wrong?
You want any discussion?
I don't want any comments. I just want to make, no, I'm just joking. Actually, I'm not joking, but any comments?
Can I speak to my
Yes.
motion?
Sorry, I forgot.
I thought the presentations all were really stellar. And everyone had bring something special to the table for us. And so in reading the process, I think the process for all of them are workable. But I just had a confidence in Leadership Associates that made me feel confident that it'd be good for our district. But other than that, the specifics, I think, are all adjustable. Everyone seems to be flexible. But given the past experience and work we've done with Rich Tome, I think it'd be helpful to us. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I actually came in here without any particular bend. I was skeptical of Sonoma County Office of Education, and Michael's presentation was stellar. I think they would be as good as anyone else. All of the presentations were excellent. I was absolutely convinced that we were going to all have to have a discussion to winnow it down. And having had no discussion with any member on this board as to which one to pick, when that motion was made, it was very easy to second it, because that's where I am as well. I think frankly, I think we'd be well served by any of the four. We were lucky to get four good proposals. And I look forward to, if this one passes, I look forward to working with them to get what we need.
Again, we'd like to thank everyone who came here tonight and gave us your time and your talents, and we very much appreciate your professional approach to our request. With that being said, no more comments from the board?
Okay, Frank, you proposed.
Leadership proposal right there.
Right, number 3. And how do people feel about the Education Leadership Services who found us Socorro.
We
Okay,
have a motion
can't-
on the table now.
All right, we can only talk about this particular group.
No, we have, what do you think, Bill? What are you
Am I
going
out
to
of
say?
order or what?
I mean, my opinion is that if other, I mean,
Which-
if other people have a different opinion about it, there's no reason not to have.
Well,
not
I
to
thought we
allow
called for a
comment.
vote, so, okay.
No, we're not ready for a vote yet.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Like to. I just
It's
wondered how
important.
people were feeling about Educational Services who found us Socorro.
Personally, I think they're great. I think they did a good job. And if the motion was, if the rest of the board said that's who I'm happy with, I would have no objection to it. But I got a sense from Rick and his group that we would be very well served. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be well served by, in fact, we were obviously well served by them the last time around. And I don't think it's any indicator of our not being satisfied with who we got.
No, of course not. I did not mean to imply that. I hope you don't. But I think that's kind of where I was leading, was Educational Leadership Services. But as you say, I think the group that is proposed would do an excellent job for us also.
Since we're making comments. I also, coming in here, I really didn't have too much of an opinion. I actually did also like Education Leadership Services, and I liked Rick Brewer's presentation. And I also, they seem to be on top of the whole idea of confidentiality forms and things like that. I also liked SCO's presentation, especially like the idea, the mentoring and coaching for the year after hiring a superintendent, and that the Sonoma County is their focus, and I think that they have plenty of networking. I think all the groups have plenty of networking throughout the state. I do kind of like the focus on the county, and I liked the, like I said, the mentoring and coaching. I think those were my two top.
Thank you. Jen?
I thought all four presentations were great. I was impressed with all of them for different reasons, but I would definitely lean towards Leadership Associates because of Rich's prior work with the board and just the breadth and depth of their network throughout the state.
Okay. Anyone else?
What I said was.
Okay. I'm going to call for a roll call vote now.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
Director Carl?
Aye.
Director Close?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Gonzalez?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Okay. Thank you very much. We look forward to moving forward. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our original agenda. So all the people who have hung out with us tonight in order to have a moment to speak, it's your time. So the next speakers we have here are Paige Hagerty and Gina Hunsinger. Are they still here? Okay. It looks like Paige is not here. Do you, Gina? I'm Gina. You're Gina.
So, good evening, members of the Santa Rosa City School Board, Superintendent Socorro, and Santa Rosa City School staff. My name is Gina Hunsinger, and I'm an active parent in Santa Rosa City Schools. My children are alumni of Santa Rosa Charter School, and I might look a little familiar to you because I was on the committee which helped pass the school bonds I and L. So,
thank you.
Yeah, it's great. I'm so thrilled for that. So I'm just here to give you a perspective of someone who's gone to this school. I'm not here to benefit my children because they're not there anymore. But I just want to give you a perspective that you probably don't have because you weren't a parent at this school. So Here I go. 2016 is a milestone year for Santa Rosa Charter School. It's its 65th anniversary of educating children in Sonoma County. It started in 1951. I don't remember 1951, but they were already educating children. It was the first charter school in Santa Rosa in 1995. It was the first charter school, and it's been an incredible school in this county. 2016 is a critical year for this school in its history. It's on the brink of its existence right now. It's teetering on the brink. And the reason it's teetering on the brink is because it was cut at the roots. It had to move too quickly so that it couldn't land all those moving parts back so it could thrive again. Because when my kids were going there, it was thriving, and that was just a couple years ago. So, my children are thriving. They're at Maria Carrillo High School and Rincon Valley Middle School, and they're doing excellently. And I know that's because they had their formative years at this school. They were taught self-reliance. They were taught problem-solving and core curriculum when we were doing No Child Left Behind. So my kids have been taught to think. They've been taught to work together. Parents, administrators, and teachers all work together. You're supposed to volunteer at this school. I wish we could put this everywhere because it actually is a working formula for education. Needless to say, I'm asking you to give them a gift for their 65th anniversary, and I'm asking you to give them a gift of life. They need a location so they can make this school thrive again. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for all the hours of service that you give to our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'm going in order of the speaker cards that came in, and is Susan Lamont still here? I don't see Susan. So now we're going to go on to Catherine Payne, followed by Catherine McCracken-Jones.
First of all, I'm really glad I'm not the president of a huge board like yours. Our meetings don't go quite as long, although lately they have. My name is Catherine Payne, and I'm here as a parent, a voter, a taxpayer, a teacher, and the school board president of a school that needs your help. I have a master's degree in education and business, and I've been taught at two of our city high schools, Elsie Allen and now at Montgomery High School. I've been in education also for 20 years. I want to point out, why should you even help us out? You have a full plate. Why should you bother to help this school? I think you've heard about how we've been. I'm going to skip over some of the things you've heard already. We're a school that's been here for a very long time. I think we bring some unique things to the district that can be very expensive in other settings than ours. So there's a little bit of an economic incentive to help us out. We assisted the district in filling a space at Comstock, bringing to the district coffers about $100,000 a year for 5 years, more than $500,000 over 5 years we paid rent. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. We made Comstock a much more attractive place through our community sweat equity. I think you heard some of that going on in the back. You know, our families came and we made a garden. We have a beautiful organic garden, which is again at the forefront of educational trends: food to table, connection to our earth. That's a trend that we have spearheaded, and we continue to do so. We have continually been at the forefront of curricular innovation, including the International Baccalaureate program, which we had initially, project-based learning, innovative use of technology for learning, and we've used design thinking. We called some people from Stanford this summer and said, we've got a big problem, help us out of this box. So we're pulling, and our teachers and our staff and our parents, what can we find? What's in the world? How can we be innovative? And you've heard how wonderful that is in the results of our students. We've made family involvement a central tenet of our school culture. Everyone has to be involved, and it makes a big difference. We provided parenting classes and taught positive discipline since our inception. And frankly, our students raise the standards at all the Santa Rosa high schools. Our students tend to be the top 10% of the students at Santa Rosa high schools. We make our high schools better. Mostly because of our social skills and the whole person perspective, I think. This school housing crisis is one that this board has a capacity to solve. We have faith that this board, you, will make a decision to support our an excellent educational partnership and help find a home for all of our students. All of our parents are taxpayers. All of our parents get involved. Please help us continue.
Thank you, Catherine. Catherine McCracken-Jones is, there she is.
Here I am. Hi. Okay, my name is Catherine McCracken-Jones, and this is my 17th year as an employee of the SREC, and it's my 8th year as the preschool director. I'm incredibly honored to be one of only 5 preschool directors since it started in 1951. People have asked me why, as a single at the time mother, would I want to take on being a leader and a director, in a school with the long hours, et cetera, that all educators dedicate to their jobs. And I answer because of SREC's passion for children and the dedication to find just that right something for each and every child, whether it's academically, socially, emotionally, because we notice each child as an individual human being, deserving of being listened to, respected, and honored for what they do right, which then transcends into becoming successful in the challenges of any type that they experience as they grow. Also because I know each child is hearing the same message from the moment they encounter the administration greeting them in the morning, to the teachers, preschool through 8th grade, to the playground supervisors, to the childcare teachers at the end of the day, and on into home. The message is one of respect for others and themselves. Honest self-reflection, communication, problem-solving, mistakes being opportunities to learn, cooperation, responsibility, encouragement, the belief that they are capable. I could go on and on with that. I also feel honored to have the opportunity to serve this unique, exceptional program that is SREC. We are the original model of honoring the whole family that is so popular now, not just the 2-year-olds through 8th graders, but the parents, grandparents, extended family, and the new babies of the next generation. We're teaching our children not just excellent time-honored academics, but also the cutting-edge innovations in education and life skills. And we don't stop there. We teach and support the parents, grandparents, extended families in the founding philosophy of Adlerian positive discipline, year after year, to support the constant learning involved in the incredibly important job of parenting that does not come with a handy brochure upon delivery. We are a program any district would be proud to attach their names to be known as a district that supports all education, including independent charter schools that are strong, sustainable, time-proven models. Because the end game really is about the children. I imagine that's why you're here. This isn't just a job for you. It's because you want what's right in the world for all the kids. Our goal is to find a forever home. We have been working incredibly hard since our lease was unexpectedly terminated, and we don't want to play blame. Life happens. I can understand how people are feeling passionate and angry, but really what we want to do is find solution. I'll wrap it up. We're now at the end of our rope. We need some help, and we're asking for your help in helping work together with us. You believed in us 21 years ago, and we really appreciate the time you're taking now in an obviously busy time to find solution with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Rosie Canfield and Charlie McCulloch. Rosie Canfield? Hi, Rosie. And then Charlie McCulloch, are you here? Great, thank you.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Rosie Canfield. I'm currently a chemistry major at the junior college, and I went to Santa Rosa Charter School. I left about 8 years ago, and I went to Santa Rosa High School, where I graduated in the upper percentage of my class. And I owe everything to that school. I went there in 5th grade, struggling. I didn't understand school. I'd had poor teachers. I had never been understood. I was at a below grade reading level. And by the end of 5th grade, I was in math higher than my grade level. I was reading chapter books at an 8th grade level. I was finally understood. I enjoyed going to school. In middle school, I was able to take science classes, and clearly they paid off as I'm a chemistry major. And there's so much from that school, from outdoor activities and education that you don't find anywhere else. I was lucky in that I was able to go on camping trips and field trips and to Ashland to watch Shakespeare plays, and no other school offers that. And it was an amazing opportunity to both expand my own knowledge, but also to develop an appreciation of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County and the wilderness, and to protect and preserve what we have. And being able to learn at my own pace, I took geometry as an 8th grader and AP Calculus as a junior in high school because of that, and graduated high school early because of the math. And I would not have had that opportunity at any other school, as I think you heard before in the comments earlier. And also, there's an accepting environment. My niece currently goes to Santa Rosa Charter School. She's in kindergarten. She and her mom, my sister, were ostracized at their previous school because my niece didn't fit the developmental model of all children. And in her new school, in Santa Rosa Charter School, they were welcomed with open arms. They're accepted from day one. She's happy. She's being taught at an appropriate level. She enjoys going to school. She doesn't act out anymore. And she's thriving due to the high quality of teaching and the positive discipline curriculum. And to me, as her auntie, it makes me so happy to see this awesome little kid who's being understood, fortunately at a much younger age than I was, and hopefully she'll be able to continue on in this school. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosie. Charlie McCulloch, followed by Lucine Smith. You're welcome to talk. There's 2 podiums up there as well, which everyone is welcome to use.
Hello, thank you. As you know, my name is Charles McCulloch. I am the parent of a 1st grader at Santa Rosa Educational Cooperative. I think all of us, we are not here because of what this school does for our children. We're here because of what the school has done for all of our families. Right now, I drive my 1st grader to a warehouse on the fairgrounds to be with the staff. Okay? I know that this is easily the best elementary school you have in Santa Rosa because I went and toured it, interviewed all of the principals I could before deciding on this school. Nobody offers what they offer the students here. This is the model that all of your schools should be trying to emulate. And you really, really should save it for that reason. This school, it doesn't just teach children, it builds community. It teaches parents. If this school closes, I will still be able to walk out of here and properly be able to support my children and help them excel. You really should be thinking not about what I'm losing or the people in this room are losing so much as the other parents will never have that opportunity to learn from this staff in this setting will get if this school closes. It is absolutely incredible. And I say that as somebody who came from not the best area and not the best parents, and one of the worst school districts in the state, to be perfectly honest, is where I grew up. And I came to Sonoma County because of the things like this school that it provides. And you are in a unique opportunity to save a treasure and something that should live on because of what it does, not just for your school district, but what it does for the entire community of Sonoma County, and I would say the United States and potentially the world, the type of people that are developed at this school. I think I'll end it there, and you know, we would really appreciate some help. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucine Smith, followed by Kate Vandersloot.
Hello. My name is Lucine Smith. I currently am a part owner to a catering company in Healdsburg. My relation to SREC is my daughter currently started this school year, her kindergarten year, at SREC. Originally, she was going to Windsor Christian Academy, but we had to move the Windsor area, and it was not feasible with mine and my husband's schedule to continue to go to Windsor Christian Academy. So, of course, a few months before, I started to do my research at all the schools in the Santa Rosa area. I take this very seriously. It took me 3 months to finally choose Windsor Christian Academy. It took me twice as long to find a school for my daughter to be able to finish her kindergarten, to finish her education out after being started with Head Start, preschool, and pre-K. I didn't really have those kind of opportunities when I grew up, so my children's education is my #1 priority. I took the time, I checked all their test scores, I checked everything that I possibly could with the information that was available on the internet to find the best school for my daughter. I had 3 choices, this of course being my #1 choice. I was waiting for April 1st to come up, which was when I was going to be notified if my daughter won the lottery to be able to start kindergarten here at SREC. Imagine how nervous I am when I finally get my call on April 16th that my daughter finally got into this school. I was nervous. This was very important to me, as for when I was a child, I didn't have this opportunity. My mom did the best she could being a single mother, and I did the best I could as a student and prevailed on top of that in a public school system. I felt like they didn't offer me as much as SREC has offered all the students that are here today and all the students that could potentially enjoy the same things here at SREC. I don't want to take any more of your time, but I would really appreciate it if you guys considered keeping this school open. It was my daughter's first opportunity. A lot of people who are speaking have been here for years. I barely started with this school system, and I cannot see my daughter attending school anywhere else except for SREC. Thank you.
Kate Vandersloot and James Arsenio. Arsenio, I think.
Hi, I am a 30-year educator. I'm a previous director of Santa Rosa Charter School, and I speak to you tonight as an alumni parent. Our alumni snapshot reveals an extraordinarily high proportion of successful graduates despite our small number or the relatively few years that we have been graduating students. Our own sons are academically distinguished. Ben is finishing his degree after taking a break for a year to fight sex trafficking in Moldova. Isaac, postgraduate, is an intern with the International Justice Mission. On January 8th, he was instrumental in an operation that liberated 96 people and 3 generations from slavery. Are our sons exceptional? I am here to say no. Among their peers and our other alumni, we have outstanding students across an array of fields. Their talents are academic, artistic, athletic. They are skilled, they are responsible, they are problem solvers. Christina is studying medicine in Sweden. Josh is saving lives in the Coast Guard. Morgan is producing his 4th film. Excuse me. Kanika spent time saving endangered sea turtles in the Gulf. Autumn is preparing to adopt at-risk children and return to Santa Rosa with the express intent of enrolling those children in our school. 4 of our alumni have returned to work for Santa Rosa Charter School, and one of our little students, whom you heard from earlier tonight, is a 4th-generation student with a legacy dating back to our preschool for many years. Our students are not just able, they are problem solvers, they are visionaries, and they desire to be contributors to their community locally and increasing up to the global stage. Many adults reflect on their high school or college years as formative in their life. It is rare for adults to look that way at their elementary and middle school years. As one of our alumni, Devin, recently put it, the charter school is the foundation for my outlook on life, where I figured out what kind of person I wanted to be and what type of people I wanted to spend my time with. You are charged with the responsibility and privilege of shaping education in our community. We implore you to help our vital program to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. James Arsenio and Sue Green. Is James here? No, okay. Sue Green, here she comes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for putting us on the agenda on the 10th. We really appreciate that. My name is Sue Green, and I teach humanities and language arts at the charter school. I'm going to go off my notes for a minute and say one of the reasons that we model a progressive way of looking at education is our teachers like working at the school. We have teachers who've been there for years, and it's a pleasant place to work, and I want to say that as a teacher, and that's extremely important because it's a very stressful job, as you all know. As I'm sure you're aware, Santa Rosa Charter is an inquiry-based school, and because we emphasize inquiry, we know that knowledge begins with questions. So my students and I actually have a question for you. What does Santa Rosa City School District value? The question came up naturally because we are studying Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance, where the author encourages us to ponder value and quality. As I do with my students, I want to give you time to think about this question deeply. I ask you to ponder the question of what do you value as I continue, and hopefully it'll only be 3 minutes. Clearly, as you've heard this evening, we value our school. We value its emphasis on social emotional needs of all of its students. We see each student as an individual with problems like all of us, problems we can solve together in a supportive, patient community. We understand that we are planting seeds. We value the cutting-edge research that tells us that the brain grows. We have a growth mindset. Our students all have unlimited potential for academic success, and we approach them accordingly. We take very seriously the assertion of Ken Robinson, encouraged to achieve, but they are expected to thrive. I wish Kaiser didn't usurp that word. I think it should be our motto. Thrive, not just achieve. We value our flexibility. We can change things that aren't working for our students immediately. We value our parents as assets to our community. We value our resilience, and boy, do we have resilience. We have families and teachers that have responded to our forced relocation with a determination and unbelievable tenacity. We also responded with grace towards the complexities of finding a location and have been very patient with the district's needs. We have had many problems to solve this year: the noise, the lack of heat, intermittent internet problems, a rainy day schedule, moving in and out of the fairgrounds on multiple weekends, just to name a few, and I still work there. We have 120 families still with us, and all of our teachers.
You could just wrap up.
All right.
I have like
Can
a
I
lot more
skip?
cards.
What?
I have many more cards to
I know
go,
you have many more
and
cards.
the night is getting late.
Okay, I will wrap it right up. I'll go straight to the end, I promise. Looking at what you say the values are of the district, we align ourselves with you guys. And we know you have these values. So we look forward to your decision on February 10th, and we appreciate your thoughtful consideration. We really do.
Simone Chrisman and Tala Mulder.
Hi, my name is Simone Chrisman. I work full-time as a manager at an automotive repair shop. I attend the junior college, and most importantly, I have 2 children that attend the charter school. What is happening with our school is leaving us angry, frustrated, and confused. We're here because tonight we're in desperate need of a home. And we as a community would not be here to fight for this school if we knew that it was worth fighting for. My children have thrived in this school. Our mission of the Santa Rosa Education Cooperative is to provide a quality education for preschool through 8th grade, family participation, an inquiry-based academic program, and a Learyan positive discipline environment combined to create a community of empowered learners and responsible global citizens. It is the philosophy of the district: all students can learn and succeed. Every student in the district, regardless of gender, special needs, and social ethnic, language, or economic background, has a right to a high-quality education that challenges the students to achieve to his or her fullest potential. The future of our nation and community depends on students possessing the skills to be lifelong learners and effective contributing members of our society. A safe, nurturing environment is necessary for learning. Parents and guardians have a right and an obligation to participate in their children's schooling. Early identification of student learning and behavioral difficulties contribute to student success. Continuous school improvement is necessary to meet the needs of students in a changing economy and society. A highly skilled and dedicated staff has a direct and powerful influence on students' lives and learning. Accountability for the district's programs and operations is shared by the entire educational community, with the ultimate accountability resting with the board as the basic embodiment of representative government. These points I read is on the Santa Rosa City School District website. These are your guys' philosophy, and they cross with our mission. And if we don't have a school next year, not only are my children not going to be to their full potential as they get older, but it's going to affect the lives of many of our students. I request that you guys help us. I understand that you guys had a meeting yesterday, and I appreciate you guys taking the time. We're just kind of down to the wire, and everybody's getting a little nervous. It's affecting our children, and I live and breathe for my children, and I assume that most of you guys are parents yourself, and I'd ask to understand our situation as far as if your children and you as a family were in this situation of what it truly means to us. And not a lot of schools that I've seen have the dedication that the staff, that the parents, especially with volunteering, you don't see that in schools anymore, and that makes all the world of difference. So I thank you guys very much, and we will see you guys in February.
Thank you. Yeah. You know what? That's a good point. When I call your name, if you could come down and be ready to speak, because we're losing time, and I have 10 more cards. That's a half an hour, and we still have a whole agenda to get through as a board. So out of respect to everyone here and our employees who are waiting to speak, if we could just kind of queue up and save a few minutes for us, it'd be appreciated. Are you Talia? Come on down. And then after Talia is Pamela Van Halsing, I think. I'm sorry? And the one after that is Amanda Berglund. Talia, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time and listening to all of us speak. My name's Talia Mulder. I started going to the charter school in the preschool program in 2004, and I extended my education there through middle school. I have 2 younger siblings, and they still both attend the Santa Rosa Charter School. And the Santa Rosa Charter School is the most amazing school I've ever experienced in my life. It's taught me so many things that makes me excel in life today. It made me really value education and realize what a great opportunity learning is. I never dreaded going to school. I never wanted to stay home when I was sick. I wanted to go to school because it was my favorite place. I could ask questions I wanted to know, and I could feel comfortable in the environment. I now go to Pivot Charter School. I went to Piner High School, and by going to those schools, I've met a lot of different people. I have friends at every high school. I try to socialize, give me a different outlook to life, and I mean, one day, if I have kids, I would like them to go to the charter school. It's just such an amazing opportunity. It's helped me thrive in the community. The positive discipline has helped me get a job as a dance teacher for children. It's helped me work with special needs adults as a dance teacher. It has helped me become a successful babysitter because, you know, when the parents come home, if you're yelling at their kids, they probably aren't going to be happy. Positive discipline, it's a great skill. There's many other skills that you get to learn at this school, and from being there for such a long time, it's just an amazing gift. And I mean, I wish I still went to that school. I can't, but I wish I could. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela, followed by Amanda Berglund, and then Jennifer Kong.
My name's Pamela Van Helsema, and that's my amazing daughter, Talia Mulder, who I'm very proud of, and I'm also proud of Alicia and Isaac Mulder, who are still students at Santa Rosa Charter School. Alicia started there before she was even 2 years old in the preschool. The preschool taught me how to be a parent and taught me how to be a really better human being, I think. The director of the preschool, Miss Catherine, is such an amazing talent, and it's a true asset to our community. I dreamed when there was possibly an idea that we could share the Comstock campus with Cesar Chavez School, that we could expand that program in a bilingual setting on that campus. However, those proposals were never taken seriously. But I digress. I just wanted to say that I put in my own volunteer time for over 2 years to try to solve this problem. And we actually thought twice that we had solved it, that we had found a place and we had found a financial model to find a place to go. And we told our community, guess what? We finally figured it out, and they've all fallen through. We have not been sitting on our hands, not doing anything. You know, the real estate market in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County is ridiculous, and there are no choices. And we are not rich. You go to a fundraiser function at my school and you look around, nobody's wearing designer clothes. We are not a wealthy community. We are a solidly working class community. And so we need your help in that financial piece, in that facility piece. As I see it, the job of a school board is to make careful decisions about precious, limited resources as you work toward your mission. And when I looked at the Santa Rosa City Schools website, it said in big, bold letters, a motto: every student, every day, every possibility. I hope you mean us too, because you're our sponsor and have been for 20 years. Please make that statement true and don't turn your back on our students. They're part of that every student motto. Please open your eyes and your hearts to every possibility, the possibility that we can keep our doors open and in fact open our doors to any student who would like to take advantage of this wonderful program. And don't miss out on the valuable asset that you have in our school. In fact, turn the tables around a little bit and think, how are we of value to you? How can you leverage that asset that you have as our sponsor? Why view this as a problem when you could view this as an opportunity for you, the Santa Rosa City School Board? I mean, I've researched it, I've looked. I work at Sonoma State in the School of Education, and I'm familiar with what school programs are there. There is not one like this, except for us. Use that to your advantage. Help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Kong and Greg Garcia. Are you Jennifer?
I'm Amanda Berglund.
Okay, there you are.
Alrighty, hi. So my name is Amanda Berglund, and I was the SREC board treasurer from 2013 to 2015. I'm the mother of a 6th grader and a 4th grader who started at the school in 2nd and kindergarten, respectively. The first point I'd like to make is how the school has a history of positively impacting the lives of children in this community. For example, my own child, who has ADHD, received such positive support that she has now successfully transitioned away from medication and is a straight A student, middle schooler. Christy Harris, a very well-respected Santa Rosa pediatric occupational therapist who's consulted with SREC, has expressed her sadness at the school's plight. She told me today, what I really like about the school is that it fills the need of for certain types of kids that other schools can't, and that they're willing to think outside of the box. She has on more than one occasion commented on the school's uniqueness and how it is a wonderful environment for children, especially those with sensory and behavioral issues, and for children with learning disabilities. As my second point, I'd like to take the opportunity to remind the board that when our school was founded, becoming a dependent charter wasn't an option, so we began as an independent charter. When our facility troubles began, we requested a study of the Santa Rosa City School Board regarding what it would take to become a dependent charter. That was in May of 2013. In September of 2013, we received an email that within the month, we would have a timeline regarding the study, but to date, no study has been done. I'm encouraged by the willingness of this board to add our situation to the February 10th board meeting, and I truly hope that this discussion will renew a more collaborative relationship between all the parties involved so we can work together to solve our immediate facility crisis. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Kong, followed by Greg Garcia and Kevin Lee.
Before I start, I wanted to make a quick comment. If any of you saw the game of Santa Rosa High School versus Montgomery the other night, and the interview afterwards of the star player, who was a very articulate young athlete named Mazi McCondry, SREC graduate. So my biggest regret about this school is that I didn't find it sooner. My son was in first grade when they were doing timed reading, and all the kids knew how fast they were reading, and they were comparing times. Well, I had a first grade boy who was 6 years old who couldn't read nearly as fast as the smart little girls in that class, and he decided he was stupid and he hated reading. The Santa Rosa Charter School has spent the next few years trying to reverse that. He is now 13 years old, and he's finally starting to enjoy reading. But it was a very good, one of your best elementary schools that taught him to hate it. So I really enjoy hearing all of these positive stories. But I want to ask a question of this board, who started the Spanish immersion school, which I think the Spanish school is fabulous. I don't have a problem with that. But I want to know, why is it okay to start a new school by destroying another very successful school? Why is that okay? I feel that this board has been disingenuous in their dealings with our school. And so I'm going to just list a few things that make me feel that way. First of all, at the end of our 5-year lease, when we tried to contact you about renewing the lease, and our calls seemed to go on deaf ears because you were already planning on closing us. It feels like that to me. And the second, we came to the board meeting where you were trying to hear from all of the schools about which one to close, and we were promised that you would go to all of the schools, visit the schools before you made a decision. However, you didn't visit our school before you made the decision. You didn't take the time to figure out when our break was, because we don't have the same break as a regular school, so apparently somebody came by while we were closed. Nobody came to visit our school until after the decision was made. That makes me feel that perhaps it was already made. After we finally knew that we had to move, we were told that we could use the Children's Center facilities over the summer last year because we offer childcare throughout the summer for our families. It's been a wonderful program for our families so that they have continuity with their childcare throughout the year. However, at the last minute, we were told, no, you don't get to use those facilities. We had to scurry to find new facilities for our children to go to.
Please wrap up.
There's a lot more. I could go on.
I know, ma'am, but you only have 3 minutes, and you just hit your time mark. There's 10 other people in line,
So
12.
I will ask you that question again. When? When is it okay to destroy another successful school in order to make a new one? When that school is an independent charter school that you can't control? Please tell me that is not the answer.
Greg Garcia, followed by Kevin Lee and Brenda Payton.
Thank you for giving me this time to speak about my school. I had many experiences in other schools that weren't the same as Santa Rosa Charter, that I will only speak of two. One of them, it was my first day of school. I had changed districts, no idea where I was, new home. First day of school, like normal, went on the bus, came back. The bus dropped me off in the wrong spot. I never knew where I was lost. Luckily, I found my way home. Second one consisted of math. I was in a higher advanced level than my classmates. I was constantly getting pushed down by the teacher to wait for my other classmates to get up, which I really don't feel like that was fair. Why should I lose my skills that I have gotten to be pushed down for other people to catch up? And that all changed once I got to Santa Rosa Charter School. Immediately once I got in, I was in 6th grade math, and they saw that I was getting a bit bored. They bumped me up to 7th grade, and it gave me a challenge, which I think is very well for us to understand. Life isn't always easy. You have a bunch of challenges. We also learned a bunch of computering things that I never knew that existed, such as Google Docs, Google Classroom, Scratch, many other things that I didn't know existed for a long time. And I really feel like that school respects me. And I trust my teachers, I trust my school, and I think we really need a new home. And my question to you now is, what would you do if you were in my situation? Think about it. If you take away this school, you are taking away the education of a bunch of kids that go to Santa Rosa Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Kevin Lee, followed by Brenda Payton and Kristen Miller. Kevin?
Hello, I'm Kevin Lee. I'm an alumni of the Santa Rosa Charter School. I attended preschool through 8th grade, and I'm proud to say I am now an employee working at the Children's Center. When I was asked what the charter school means to me, I had to think, because there are so many things I could say about it. But ultimately, what I had to settle on was safety. And not just physical safety, but emotional. When I was 2 years old, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. This has led to me living a majority of my life in and out of hospitals. Now, this wasn't a secret. Everyone at the school knew, parents, teachers, and children, and I wasn't exactly the spitting image of health. I was considerably smaller than the rest of my classmates and had an abundance of medical issues. Despite this, though, kids still willingly called me their friend and included me in games and activities. And I don't think I need to tell anyone that a hospital bed is no place for education. And I truly believe that to this day, without the support and motivation of all the parents and teachers, I would be nowhere near as successful as I have been today. So I've come here this evening to ask you for your help, because I feel it'd be a great disservice to all the children out there if they could not have an opportunity to experience this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Brenda Payton, Kirsten Miller, and Kathy Hayes.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Payton, and I am a parent from Santa Rosa Charter School and Cooperative Preschool. I have 3 kids at the school, have been there for 7 years. My daughters are 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and my son is in pre-K. I am also the secretary of our school board. I also volunteer every Wednesday for 4 hours and have for the last 7 years. I also work full-time, and I put the time in because it's worth it, because my kids are worth it, and because the community that SREC gives me and my family is worth it. You know, as a mother and as a person that works, I'm busy, I'm tired, but I make the time and effort because what they give me and my family is so important. You know, when we were here 2 years ago, working on trying to save our spot at Comstock, I remember hearing about this great project that you guys had going on over at Cook School, which is now your Via Esperanza Charter School. And as I listened to the program and what the idea was around this school, the whole time I sat there going, boy, that sounds really familiar. You know, they want this vertical network of schools, starting with kids at a young age and growing with them. Well, that's what we offer and have offered for the last 20 plus years. You know, my kids have started, my daughter wasn't even 2 when she started, and has growing and learning throughout in a consistent, safe environment. You know, some of the expectations of the school, I went on the site and saw some of their goals and expectations for this new charter school that you guys have, you know, put a lot of time and effort into. And again, they were things that we have already been doing and continue to do successfully over the last 20 years. You know, high academic achievement. Well, I hope that's the goal of every school. You know, that's nothing special to us, I get that. However, we do excel and do well on testing. Our kids do go on to your high schools and college and in their careers being successful from what they've learned at SREC. Another of their expectations was social skills and social responsibility. Well, that's our positive discipline program, that the kids start learning in the preschool at 2 years old. You know, they learn to become problem solvers, and they're good at conflict resolution. You know, my daughter's 9, and I would say she's better at it than I am. You know, they have problems out on the playground, and she's the first to jump in there and try to work it out respectfully and kindly. And honestly, she's good at it because she started learning it when she was 3. And she's learned it in the classroom over and over again. You know, they want student-centered instruction. Well, that's our inquiry-based learning that we've been doing for a long time. We teach the kids how to learn and how to ask questions, not just regurgitate answers. You know,
Could you please wrap up?
Yep. So all of these things that you guys hold in value, that you worked so hard to create at this other school, we have been doing already successfully. And what a great thing that we could collaborate, that you could learn from us, that we could learn from new things that you're doing. You know, that rather than letting us fall by the wayside, help us, please. You know, I know sometimes it's a business situation, but when you have value in your neighbor, if your neighbor does work on their home, it increases the value of your home. It increases the value of the neighborhood and the community. Well, we help that community, and that our school helps the Santa Rosa City School District, and we give it value. We may not give you money for our kids, but we give value and we increase.
I'm going to have to ask you to close, okay?
Well, thank you. And not only do we look forward to your decision in February, we look forward to a favorable decision. And please, please help us.
Thank you. Kirsten Miller, followed by Kathy Hayes.
Hi. My name is Kirsten Miller, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. I do that by choice, and my family makes numerous sacrifices so that I may be our home provider. My boys are in 4th grade and in kindergarten, and I'm also a board member. I believe we were all born with our own unique set of strengths and challenges. And if my 9-year-old were still in the audience, he might be rolling his eyes because I say it that often. And the teachers and staff at SREC both embrace and gracefully support those differences. My children are both round pegs, and they do not fit in square holes. My eldest is responsible, sensitive, deep thinking, and a perfectionist. It's exhausting. He knows right and wrong and only requires a gentle reminder. He feels so deeply that he needs space when he's emotionally overwhelmed. He needs the opportunity to think comprehensively and to be challenged. And he needs to be reminded that mistakes are opportunities to learn and persevere. My youngest is also sensitive, and in kindergarten is already doing double-digit addition and subtraction in his head. At SREC, my boys are thriving, happy sponges. Their interpersonal growth and emotional support are prioritized just as much as their academics. SREC teaches the whole child. But the greatest gift that comes from this school is that it's not just about the child. Our entire family has benefited. I now feel proud about how I treat and interact with my children. I feel confident in my interactions, and the very best part is I feel calm. I know I will be able to look back on their childhoods and know I did my very best. So on February 10th, I do look forward to having more clarity and more security, and we appreciate your support. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. I promised my kindergartner. The kindergartners want to participate as well, and they made a booklet about why they love their school, so maybe I can give that to you.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Kathy Hayes, followed by Maxine Jones and Dana Jones.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Hayes, and I'm a parent at Santa Rosa Charter School. I'm going to go off script quickly, but I know my speech is short. When we came back to this community, we weren't planning on coming back to the charter school. They had been in a middle school experience, and I was planning on placing them in a middle school. And quite frankly, it came down to the math situation for them. Both my boys are in geometry this year, and and I understand some of the Common Core standards, they were all going to be offered the opportunity to retake Algebra 1. And for my boys, given their success in the coursework the previous year, they looked at that as punishment. And I could not send them. They came to me and they said, "Mom, we will hate going to school and having to retake a class that we've successfully completed last year." And the charter school allowed them to continue to grow and be challenged. And that was one of the major reasons we came back and made the decision to have them go to a school in a warehouse. Tonight, you've heard pride and love from the Santa Rosa Charter School, from students, parents, and the community. You've also heard fear, frustration, sadness, confusion, and anger from students and parents. While these feelings can be difficult to hear, it is important because it's a piece of the puzzle. For some reason, several years ago, the relationship with Santa Rosa City Schools changed. It wasn't overnight, it was incremental, it was slow, and it moved from a very collaborative, respectful relationship to a relationship from our perspective that was oftentimes tense and fear-based, and there was a void in trying to have responses to questions. I don't know why it happened, and there's probably a lot of reasons why it happened, but I know that in the recent past, probably a really significant symbol for our community was the chaining and locking of all the gates the day after we moved off of the Comstock campus. From our side of the street, while there may have been legitimate and appropriate reasons for that action, it was perceived as a lack of trust that you had of our community, that somehow you thought we were going to deface the property or do something inappropriate with the place that we had called home for a number of years. I don't think that well-meaning and caring individuals in both communities want this kind of relationship to continue. And I hope that this provides an opportunity for a learning moment, which is really, really important, and allows us to move forward in a way that supports both school systems, allows for the continued existence, and encourages collaboration between our school systems, because this is for the betterment of all our kids.
Thank you. Maxine Jones, Dana Jones, and Emma Huntsinger.
Okay, my name is Maxine Jones. I've been a student at this school for 11 years, and I've been in Miss Catherine's early learners class since I was 2, and now I'm in 8th grade. And I'm just gonna skip a little bit of this, but I remember when I was in 6th grade, we had to take an assessment on math, and I was scared, really scared. But then I learned that we weren't going to be graded, and it was just to show where we were in math. And so I took the test. A few days later, I realized I was in a grade above for math. I was in 7th grade math, and I'd passed the test with flying colors. So I nervously went to the class, and my classmates that I went with were all guys. I was the only girl out of the whole 6th grade class that made it into 7th grade math. And when I went in, I was scared, so scared that I was shaking. And we went over homework and discussed what we were going to do for the year. And I remember answering one of my first questions that no one else knew, and I answered it correctly. From there on, for the past 3 years, I've been in the same class with Brenda Rollins as my teacher, and every day she checks in with me to make sure I know what I'm doing in math. And she doesn't just check in with our group, she checks in with every single person and what they need. And I'm proud to say that Santa Rosa Charter School is my school because it encouraged me to be my best person I could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Jones, Emma Hunsinger, and Dana Bellwether.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Dana Jones, and I am a parent. I'm also a teacher up in Windsor. I have been a parent at the charter school since 2003. It's been 13 years. 3 of my children have gone through the charter school, and they've been very diverse in their needs. And I have to say, from a teaching perspective, the staff has been uniquely challenged by my children. They are very different, had all very different needs, and they were all treated in different manners and have all come out on the other side being extremely successful individuals. As you heard from the youngest one, they're all articulate. Some of the things that I've noticed from the charter school and the staff is unfortunate is that being a charter school teacher doesn't make you a millionaire. There's no trips to Maui, no private yachts or anything like that. Unfortunately, they get paid less than a Santa Rosa City Schools teacher, as well as a Windsor teacher and so on. And they definitely put in more hours than other teachers. They work more with the parents. They have to deal with us. We're in the classroom with them, which they do appreciate. I appreciate it as a parent because I get the chance to know what's going on with my child, what the work that they're doing. I get to see the kids in the classroom, who they're hanging out with, what are their parents like. It gives you a chance to connect. A lot of times we're on the same page, so when so-and-so has a birthday, it's very interesting, and you've all gone to birthday parties where you see all the kids crowding around the presents. And when you go to a charter school birthday party, all the kids are sitting nicely in a semicircle waiting for little Billy Bob to open his presents. When you go to a non-charter school birthday party, you see all the kids climbing on top of each other saying, "This is my present, I want to open it for you." So there's skills that we learn at the charter school that you don't necessarily learn elsewhere. I like this school. I'm not necessarily a rah-rah person, but this school fits me. And in my little semi-militaristic way, where I want the kids to sit in rows and stuff like that, it doesn't necessarily fit my philosophy. But as time has gone on over the 13 years, they've kind of whittled me down. And I think I've become a better parent as a result of being exposed to these people and their philosophy. I just went to a staff development day where we learned about inquiry-based learning and all this stuff that's coming up. And these guys have been doing it the whole time. So it's very interesting to, we weren't worried about Common Core because they were already doing it. So our kids just slid into Common Core without an issue. Up in Windsor, they were freaking out. What book do we buy, all that other stuff. Anyway, thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider saving the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Hunsinger and Dana Bellwether.
Hello, I am Emma Hunsinger, and I'm alumni of the Santa Rosa Charter School. I can't tell you how happy I am to fight for a community that once fought for me. I currently go to Rankin Valley Middle School as an 8th grade student. I am one of the top students in my class and have received multiple awards on behalf of my behavior. However, I could have not achieved any of this if it wasn't for the Santa Rosa Charter School and the countless hours that they spent working to make our futures brighter. Not only did they teach us academics, they teach students all types how to learn and live in all types of environments. I remember thinking as a mere 2nd grader, I am lucky to be here. I still am lucky because they gave me so many opportunities to make myself the person I am today. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Emma. Dana Bellwether? Is Dana here? No, that concludes our public comment. Thank you all very much, yes. Okay, now we're going to move along to our D items, employee associations. Ms. Ola King-Clay.
Evening. Hopefully everyone is still alive. Everyone is still awake. Once again, good evening. SRTA would like to say congratulations again and happy trails to Socorro. Hence, this is your last board meeting. We would like to say thank you for those wonderful and joyful moments with your vision for our district. Now, can you do a double take and realize that this is the last full week of January 2016? Boy, does time fly when you are having fun, doing what you love to do best, teach. Gratitude. That's a wonderful word to share. This past month has been very active, filled with technology conferences, survey on campus, spending, a variety of meetings at the DO, and most of all, the celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King's work for all mankind. With his most famous line, I have a dream that one day all of God's children, but I know you know the rest of those words that go along with that great speech. Now for a little business. We're looking forward to our workday with the DO on the LCAP and its true effect on our students. I'm sure that the DO Truancy Committee and the SRTA, same committee, will develop a plan to help improve our truancy level and numbers. Also, SRTA supports the implementation of the AVID program. I understand there's a similar program at Comstock, and they're doing real well. Students are striving, and we would like to see more of this particular program in all the schools. Many sites, teachers are looking forward to a better understanding of the innovative ed goals. As you go and consider different consultants, we'd like a slight input on that. Actually, we like a big input on that. And to see how you select these different consultants. We also support seeking grants to assist with the CTE program, and anything else that goes along. I am so looking forward to working with you all when it comes to selecting someone to take her place at a permanent status. And now for my special shout outs. First of all, those custodians all over the district. Last week was a test. There's a lot of flooding in and out of the rooms, and they spent a lot of time and passion and determination and drive to keep the water out of the classrooms as well as out of the hallways. I am sure our new maintenance person had a full view of what we need to improve upon, and hopefully those will take off soon. Second, I'd like to recognize Rosalinda. She is a home and hospital teacher. She teaches both middle school and high school. And she does an excellent job, very dedicated to keeping those students abreast of what they should know in comparison with their classmates. And finally, this goes out to a hardworking admin, one that has shown that they are willing to step out of their comfort zone and join the SRTA hand in hand, working on the LCAP, C&I, PD days, and much more. We're looking forward to working with Diane and her team during the second half of the school year. Now for some wisdoms. You should have in front of you in beautiful blue and white paper. These words come from one of my friends in CATA, Janelle Wolick. Do you know Janelle? Oh, you missed her, Jason. She says, "Oh, to know truly the success of perseverance, the pleasure of working, the dignity of simplicity, the worth of people, the power of knowledge, the experience of sharing, the excitement of orienting, the strength of dependability, the blessing of self-confidence, the deception of time, the achievement of goal setting, the fulfillment of life, the rewards of virtue, the virtue of virtue, the wisdom of idealism, the courage of realism, the influence of example, the obligation of duty, the wisdom of character, the virtue of patience, the growth of integrity, the giving of self, but most of all, the meaning of love." And as you know, your staff at the different sites, their meaning of love is educating the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Tammy Afonso, you're up.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Socorro, I would like to wish you well, and I hope you come back and visit us sometime. I'd love to go out and have coffee with you. I'd like to let the board know that in the last 2 days, or 3 days, one of the things that our library techs have been able to do is to come together for a training, something that we have not been able to do in close to 10 years. We are very excited. Jamie Worthington and Rand Van Dyke did a wonderful job setting up the room, getting everything together. Our first day was great, and today we had technology issues. So it was cut short. However, we used the time to communicate with the other library techs, actually getting to meet some that we have not had the chance to. And we look forward to working with a new library teacher and having a leader for us, and the chance that we are now going to be able to have monthly meetings, something we've been needing for a very long time. It's very exciting for us. And so we thank the district for this opportunity. All right, and so that's the great thing that's been going on with your classified, and it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for such a great report.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. Today's weather, I feel like, was really symbolic of my experience. I know tonight is my last board meeting as superintendent, and with all the sun, we had no water, no rain, and it really exemplifies my experience here. I'm very humbled by this work. As I was packing up and reflecting, and yes, my office is packed up. As I was packing up and reflecting on my experience, I realized that while some very defining life moments happened here, from the very personal, my own relationship, the death of my father, the professional accusations that didn't pan out, the floods, the death of our student in such a dramatic way for our community, all of these experiences, while they have made me grow and reflect, they really don't define Santa Rosa for me. In fact, I choose to call this place my home, and I look forward to being a community member. And despite these highly traumatic and very dramatic at times experiences, what I remember most, what I'll take with me, is the strong personnel that I've worked with, and that really is the biggest asset of our district and every corner of our great district and the span of all our schools and buildings. There really are amazing people. We are part of a courageous community looking at deep issues of equity and success for every person in our community. We're engaged in equity conversations across sectors, and there is a true sense of belonging in this community, and it's filled with optimism and compassion. And I really think deeply about our Museum of Tolerance work, the work we're doing this year in terms of implicit bias, our journey to become a restorative community and figure out what that means together, that we are actively involved in finding solutions to become a school system that works for every student on any side of town, and that we do this as a community, as a county, as a city, with our community-based organizations. We're all focused on student success, and of that I am incredibly proud and thankful to have had these 3.5 years here in Santa Rosa, so thank you very much.
I'm skipping the board's president's report, board president's report. No committee reports tonight. We don't have the minutes back yet, correct? And I'm asking the board if they would skip their reports tonight. Thank you. CSBA and SBA? We're skipping, okay. We're moving on then to our E items.
Move items E1 through E12.
Second.
Roll call vote. What? Roll call vote, please.
Director Carl?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Close?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Okay, now we'll go on to our F items, and we'll start with F2, the public hearing regarding district proposals for 2016-17 contract reopeners.
Thank you very much, President Jay. F2 and F3 actually go together. F2 is to allow the community an opportunity to comment on these openers, both from SRTA and the district. Unless there's any public comment, I would ask that the board move to accept the openers from SRTA and from the district.
There is no public comment that I can see, correct?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So that was moved by Director Hanel, seconded by Director Carl. Roll call vote, please.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
Director Carl?
Aye.
Director Close?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. So now we're on to
Also F2.
F4, correct? Okay. The first reading of board policy in the 7,000 series, facilities, and naming of a facility.
Good evening, President Jay, Superintendent Shields, members of the board.
Tonight, we bring you the first reading of board policy, facilities, naming of a facility. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Director Pugh?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're all pretty exhausted, and it feels like we've had our meeting hijacked from us tonight. But I do want to comment on this. Has this policy been reviewed by legal counsel?
Correct, it has.
It has. One of the problems that created the need for this addition to the board policy, one of the problems I had was how public personal information became. And I would like to see, perhaps when this comes back to the board in the future, to see if there's a way that we can protect people from public embarrassment, perhaps, of something that may have happened years ago. It seemed that we were very protective of student issues, not sharing information. We're very protective of employee information, making sure that we keep the confidential things confidential. I would like to see if it would be possible to craft some wording in here that would provide some level of privacy as opposed to create embarrassment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So help me out here. I just lost my place because I'm focusing on something else. This is the first reading.
Correct.
So if there are no other comments, are there other comments on this? So you're going to bring it back?
I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to F5, but before we do, I want you all to remember that there's still an item that we put to the end called C8, Superintendent Presentation, okay? So let's move on to F5, Resolution.
Move approval of the resolution.
Second.
Moved by Director Carl, seconded by Director Pugh. Roll call vote, please.
Director Carl?
Aye.
Director Pugh?
Aye.
Director Close?
Aye.
Director Hanel?
Aye.
President Jay?
Aye. Okay, now I have a few words that I'd like to say to our superintendent in recognition of the work she's done for us over the past 3.5 years. Superintendent Socorro Shields joined Santa Rosa City Schools a mere 3.5 years ago. Since that time, she has worked tirelessly to represent every student every day and provide them all with every possibility. While we were once a silo district, she created a web of supportive strategic partnerships, both within our schools and out in the community through nonprofits, government agencies, and the private sector, in order to provide a deep and rich educational environment that all children deserve. Under Superintendent Shields' leadership, our school climate has been transformed by the implementation of restorative practices that embrace our students rather than ostracize them, community schools that engage parents and invite them to be active participants in their child's education, and an LCAP based on educational equity and vetted through unprecedented community outreach and input. Our teachers need a deep and rich educational environment in which to grow and thrive as well. Under Ms. Shields' leadership, our district has seen unprecedented professional development opportunities for our teachers and administrators, even board members, and has demonstrated a strong commitment to addressing structural racism, implicit bias, and economic and social equity. These changes have not come about easily. They have taken strong leadership, commitment, stamina, and grit. They also have taken large doses of compassion, respect, and love. The Board of Education would like to take this opportunity to thank the superintendent for her leadership, hard work, and dedication to our, I almost did it, to our entire educational community, especially our students who are always at the forefront of her mind. We wish you all the best in your next endeavor. Now, we have a few gifts. Oh, they're going to be good.
I hope I can chew them.
Typical plaque.
Oh, very
Okay.
nice, thank you.
It's yours. Now we have some really cool things that I came up with all on my own, and they're really, really cool. So this is a little souvenir for your time in Santa Rosa City Schools.
More tchotchkes. Wait, do I open
You're doing it right. You're doing it
Oh,
correctly.
okay.
made fun of tchotchkes, huh?
No, I have a lot. I'm a fan of tchotchkes.
So this is an antique silver spoon,
It's beautiful.
and in the spoon portion is an etching of the...
Santa Rosa Public Library.
Right.
And a postcard of the Santa Rosa
the
Public Library.
Public Library.
And a member of the community sent me a vintage postcard of Santa Rosa High, to a beautiful one that I am taking with me for sure. It's packed up in a safe place, so I will add this to that as fond memories
Great.
of Santa Rosa.
Great. And I don't know, does anybody here like country music? Whenever I say that, people always laugh at me, but I like country music. And there's a song by an artist named Trace Adkins, and the title of the song is "You're Gonna Miss This." And the lyrics go, the refrain is, "You're gonna miss this, you're gonna want this back. You're gonna want these days, you're gonna wish these days hadn't gone by so fast." Now, maybe not all the days, but...
But most days.
Right, these are some good times, so
They were.
take a good look around. You may not know it now, but you're gonna miss this. So when you figure out that you miss all us, and you're
I'll
kind of
turn
like...
it on TV.
You'll turn it on TV.
I'll watch from home.
And you can have a nice bottle, a nice glass of Santa Rosa High's wine.
Yay, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
What a fabulous gift.
And we want to thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, we're adjourned. Oh, yes.